The Lord Mayor of Perth, Mr Bruce Reynolds.
Papers everywhere. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome everyone to the City of Perth February 2026 Ordinary Council meeting. I formally declare this meeting is open at 5 o'clock. I'd also respectfully like to acknowledge the traditional custodians on the land on which we gather, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and we pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. It is a privilege to be standing on Whadjuk Noongar country. CEO, could you please recite the prayer?
Almighty God, under whose providence we hold responsibility for this city, grant us wisdom to understand its present needs, foresight to anticipate its future growth, and grace to serve our fellow citizens with integrity and selfless devotion. And to thee be all blessing and glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. That hasn't changed from my original one?
This is your new one.
Has it changed?
In the new order.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry, I'll go through that. And what have we got here, CEO? What are these ones?
They're from a member of the public with their public questions.
Okay.
She's just handed them out now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just bear with us while we get sorted. There is paper everywhere, which is fantastic. Amended motions. Can I get you to drive those as they come up?
Yeah, sure.
Is that all right? Okay, now that we're set and ready to roll, I would like to note that in accordance with the Local Government Act of 1995, this meeting is being live streamed and the recording will be made available at the City's website following this meeting. In attendance today we have Councillor Doshi, Councillor Gobbett, Councillor Gonsalves, Councillor Coe, Councillor Leza, Councillor Ma, Councillor Pakin and Councillor Patton. I'd also like to welcome all our officers, our CEO and any of the members of the public who are here, which is fantastic, and any media that might be in attendance. Item 3 is apologies. There are no elected members currently as an apology or a leave of absence. 3.3 is applications for leave of absence. The following leave of absence applications have been received. Number 1 is Councillor Leza for the period of the 19th of May 2026 to the 26th of May 2026 inclusive. Councillor Adam Pakin for the periods of the 9th of March to the 10th of March 2026 inclusive. The 24th of March 2026, the 14th of April to the 15th of April 2026 inclusive, and the 21st of April to the 22nd of April inclusive. Do any other elected members have any applications of leave from the floor? Easy done. Okay. Someone please move a motion to approve the leave of absence. Someone's got to do it. Councillor Coe and Deputy Lord Mayor has seconded that. That means that the Council now approves the following leave of absence applications. I'll read them out again. Councillor Leza from the 19th of May to the 26th of May 2026 inclusive, and Councillor Pakin 9th of March to 10th of March, 24th of March, the 14th of April to 15th of April inclusive, and the 21st of April to the 22nd of April inclusive.
Excuse me, Lord Mayor, we didn't vote on that one.
Okay, sorry, just 1 second. We'll go back and we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? No questions? That's approved. Thank you. We can move forward on that one. Acknowledgements. Can elected members please acknowledge you've had sufficient time to read and consider the agenda items presented this evening?
Lord Mayor, there's some amendments that came in very late this afternoon while we were in appointments and meetings, so I haven't read them fully, no.
Did you want to take an adjournment to read them? Or did you want to listen to the amendments as they're read out?
I'm just telling you that I haven't read them fully.
Okay. So you're happy to proceed is my question? Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I'm happy to proceed. Let's proceed. No problem. Mobile phone reminder. I'd like to remind everyone that to ensure the appropriate concentration and attention is given to the Ordinary Council meeting, please refrain from using your mobile phones with the exception of emergencies. Councillors, please can you ensure that you keep your mobile phones away from the mics, as we know sometimes that does interfere. In the event of an emergency, please pay attention to the directions given by City of Perth staff, and the staff is at the back there. And also just remember that the candour of all in chamber is respectful, so to pay all due respect accordingly. We now move on to item 4, which is announcements by the Lord Mayor. I've got a quick announcement to make. Find out where I'll put it. Okay, so before we move on to tonight's agenda, I'd like to acknowledge a couple of quick things. The first one is a period in which I was on leave in early January when the Deputy Lord Mayor stepped up for the acting role, so thank you very much for that, Deputy Lord Mayor. And also I'd like to mention that tonight's agenda reflects the breadth of what we are responsible as a council, which is long-term planning, financial stewardship, governance reform and community outcomes. In particular, I would like to briefly acknowledge item 11.1, which is the item shaping Perth City towards 2036 and beyond. So this framework represents the next chapter in the 30-year collaboration between the City of Perth and GEL. That partnership has previously influenced significant transformation in our city, from reconnecting the CBD to Northbridge, to revitalising public spaces and shaping the Riverside experience. Perth today is a confident, globally connected capital city, and that will continue to grow. Our population is growing, our economic profile is strengthening, and our city centre is projected to accommodate 55,000 people by 2036 and potentially 90,000 by 2050. Planning for that growth is not an option, it's an essential. And the framework is not about approving capital projects tonight, it's about setting the direction. It's about ensuring that Perth, as it grows, we do so with intent and with people at the centre of our decisions. The study outlines 5 guiding principles, and the 5 key catalytic moves are strengthening the north-south connections, improving river links, supporting our residential neighbourhoods, and reimagining our malls and improving east-west transit corridors. These are long-term city-shaping considerations, and they will inform the future planning, advocacy and partnership discussions, particularly as we finalise our capital city plan. So with that, we either shape our growth with intent and foresight, or we drift. And this council has a responsibility to shape. I'd especially like to thank Maria Cook and her team for the enormous amount of work that you guys have undertaken. Thank you very much, Maria. It's been a lot of work, and for us to take into consideration tonight, we certainly understand the enormous efforts involved. And beyond that, tonight's agenda also addresses financial reporting, governance matters, and broader policy settings. The balance between bold long-term planning and responsible stewardship of our ratepayer funds is central to our role. I also am required to make the following public apologies pursuant to the orders of the Local Government Standards Panel dated 23rd of January 2026. Apology 1 is 202-50652. I advise this meeting that a complaint was made to the Local Government Standards Panel in which it was alleged I contravened Regulation 18 of the Local Government Model Code of Conduct, Regulations 2021, when I referred to my position at the time as Acting Lord Mayor instead of Deputy Mayor. The panel found I breached Regulation 18 as my conduct was improper and untaking of my own personal advantage, and I acknowledge that I should not have used that title, Acting Lord Mayor, in such a manner, and now I apologise to the public and my fellow councillors. Apology 2, which is 202-50653. I advise this meeting that a complaint was made to the Local Government Standards Panel in which it was alleged I contravened the Local Government Model Code of Conduct 2021 when I described myself as Acting Lord Mayor in promotional material in the run-up to the 2025 local government election. The panel found that by behaving in this manner I committed one breach of Regulation 18(1)(a) of the said regulations. Number 3, I accept that I should not have acted in such a manner, and I now apologise to the City for having done so. Apology 3. So this apology is part of a friendly sporting wager between the Lord Mayor of Melbourne and myself following the AFL State of Origin match earlier this month. For context, the Lord Mayor of Melbourne and I had a side wager that the loser would have to put a poster of the winning team on his wall for the week, and also to read out a public apology to the winning city. So this one's going to be difficult. So to our esteemed friends in the marvellous city of Melbourne, congratulations on your win. On the night, the better team prevailed, and we acknowledge that with good grace. On behalf of the City of Perth, we humbly recognise that Melbourne continues to outshine us in a few well-known areas. I didn't write this, by the way. Nick Rees did. Firstly, coffee. Melbourne Cafe remains the unintentional gold standard. Every latte arrives with a Renaissance masterpiece etched in foam. Our cappuccino strip is admirable, but this year, much like the State of Origin performance, we concede the point. I'm getting there. Second, arts and culture. Melbourne's creative energy pulses through its laneways, theatres and galleries. Even your street art looks curated. Perth continues to grow and invest in our cultural life, but we recognise we're still building towards that scale. And thirdly, public transport. Your iconic network is beloved, photographed and woven into the identity of your city. Perth's system is efficient and expanding, but we accept that there's always room for improvement to strengthen connectivity in a growing capital. And finally, GST. I've been encouraged quite firmly to apologise for Western Australia's share of GST revenue. However, while I'm more than happy to honour a sporting bet on this matter, I fortunately must respectfully decline. Western Australians work hard. We contribute enormously to the national economy. We firmly believe the current arrangements reflect that contribution. So Melbourne on coffee, culture and trams, we concede. GST, no. In all seriousness, we congratulate Melbourne. We honour our wages here in Perth and we look forward to next year when the contest between the Sandgropers and the Big V can write that ledger. And fingers crossed, it'll be my letter to Nick if we do win will be a little bit more interesting than that one. So anyway, as we move through the items, ladies and gentlemen, please remember that we do have some robust discussions, no doubt, to be had. I encourage all our members to engage constructively and respectfully with the shared objective of serving the people of our Perth. We are here to lead a capital city, and as always, let us conduct ourselves accordingly. Thank you. All righty, that's that. Let's move through to disclosures of interests. And the CEO's got a starring role tonight because there is quite a few. So item 5, CEO, are there any disclosures?
Yes, Lord Mayor, the following interests have been disclosed. Councillor Lisa Ma has disclosed an impartiality interest in item 14.2 as she is acquainted with the owner of Pearl on the Point. Councillor Catherine Lisa has disclosed an impartiality interest in item 14.3 as she is a social member of the Perth Bowling Club. Councillor Adam Pecan has disclosed a proximity interest in item 14.3 as he owns property adjacent to 2 Plain Street, which is discussed in the report. Lord Mayor Bruce Reynolds has disclosed an impartiality interest in item 14.3 as he is a member of the Perth Social Club. Councillor Liam Gobbett has disclosed a proximity interest in item 14.3 as his residential address, 45 Terrace Road, East Perth, is adjacent to 2 Plain Street, which is discussed in the report.
Sorry, CEO, that's Adelaide Terrace, not Terrace Road.
Thank you. 45 Adelaide Terrace, East Perth, is adjacent to 2 Plain Street, which is discussed in the report. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Catherine Lisa has disclosed an impartiality interest in item 15.6 as she is acquainted with Michael Valletta, a current WACA board member. Lord Mayor Bruce Reynolds has disclosed an impartiality interest in item 15.6 as ex-president of City Rotary. He has had involvement with John via their agreement of the club to meet at the WACA. They are also charity partner. He has had a further involvement as city leader and a stakeholder relationship since. Councillor Raj Doshi has disclosed an impartiality interest in item 15.6 as she has a membership with the WACA and a membership separately for the Pavilion. Lord Mayor Bruce Reynolds has disclosed a proximity interest in item 16.1 as one of the properties seeking a grant is next door to his property at Aberdeen Street. Councillor Catherine Lisa has disclosed a proximity interest in item 16.1 as she has been given differing advice regarding disclosures. It seems prudent to adhere to the most conservative of these and she will disclose the same interest as the Lord Mayor Bruce Reynolds. Lord Mayor Bruce Reynolds has disclosed an impartiality interest in item 16.1 as Dr Chen is a prominent member of the community and as such he has met him at community events from time to time in the last 2 years. Deputy Lord Mayor Goncalves has disclosed an impartiality interest in item 16.1 as they have attended Changwa events. Councillor Liam Gobbett has disclosed an impartiality interest in item 16.1 as he has attended Lunar New Year celebrations with the Changwa Association. Councillor Lisa Ma has disclosed an impartiality interest in item 16.1 as she has volunteered for the association and established a level of friendship. She has also attended groundbreaking ceremony for Changwa Association community worth $50 on the 23rd of December 2025 and has attended a number of Changwa events. Friendship with President of Changwa Andy Yuan and former President Dr. Ying Chen. Councillor Adam Paikin has disclosed an impartiality interest in item 16.3 as he has previously worked with Sue McDougall at Radio 6PR. Councillor Liam Gobbett has disclosed an impartiality interest in item 16.3 as he has attended Lightscape from 2023 to 25 in accordance with the attendance at events policy. No association has been formed and this represents an impartiality interest only. Deputy Lord Mayor has disclosed an impartiality interest in item 16.3 as they have previously attended Lightscape in 2025. Councillor Victor Coe has disclosed a proximity interest in item 16.4 as he owns a residence at Terrace Road that is directly across from Langley Park where events are held. And finally, Councillor Victor Coe has disclosed a proximity interest in item 16.6 as he owns a residence at Terrace Road that is directly across from Langley Park where events are held.
Well done, CEO. Okay. Would any elected members have any disclosures of interest from the floor?
And sorry, Lord Mayor, just for you, I just want to add, I also have a impartiality interest on 16.1. I'm also been a guest and attended the New Year celebrations in Northbridge through Changwa Association.
Changwa, okay. Just give us 1 second just to get that written down. And
exactly the same as Dr. Coe, 16.1 impartiality interest, attended the Changwa event on the 22nd of February 2026.
okay, thank you. Okay, we're good to
Thanks.
go.
And
Councillor.
just one more as well. So I need to declare an impartiality interest in 17.6 and 20.1, as I previously made a referral to WorkSafe in relation to matters involving the CEO and the administration. On the Wednesday the 18th, I'd been advised that the matter is now subject to a formal investigation. So to meet the requirements of the Local Government Act, I need to declare an impartiality. Thank you.
Okay, any further impartialities?
Sorry, can I confirm that?
Okay, 16.1, which is public questions previously taken on notice. 6.1, questions from Mrs. Vicky Ranishevsky were taken on notice at the Ordinary Council meeting on the 9th of December 2025 and have been responded to on the agenda of this meeting. 6.2, which is public question time. Before we commence public question time, I'd like to remind everyone that we've allocated 15 minutes for public question time, and this time is available for asking questions only, and it's not for making statements or expressing personal opinions. In addition, no discussion of the questions or answers are to take place. Questions received with more than 24 hours notice will be responded to first, and for those of you who have submitted your questions in the last 24 hours, your questions will be included in the minutes of the meeting and a response will be provided in the agenda to the next Ordinary Council meeting. CEO, have there been any public questions received with more than 24 hours notice?
Yes, Lord Mayor, 11 members of the public have submitted public questions.
Okay, 11 members have, and Ebony, what did we decide?
Well, it's your
2
decision,
minutes?
Lord Mayor, but 2 minutes per person would seem reasonable, but you can extend that, of course. That's
Okay.
your
All right, cool. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Given the number of public questions received in advance of tonight's meeting, the process for public question time will be as follows. Each person will be given 2 minutes to ask your public questions and to receive responses. All questions will be answered in the minutes of the meeting. So any questions that we do not get to this afternoon, they will certainly be answered in full and in writing and in the minutes to the meeting. I'd like to now invite Dr. Kevin McIsaac to please step forward, to please state your name, your suburb, and proceed with your questions.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Dr. Kevin McIsaac. I owner and ratepayer in the City of Perth. Given the time constraints and the number of people here today, I will keep my questions very short, and what I propose is to just ask the first 4 questions. So these questions are for Councillor Goncalves regarding some travel in December last year. So the question is, Councillor Goncalves, what official business were you travelling on, and did the city pay for all or any part of that trip?
Just give me a second, Doctor. Yep. Deputy Lord Mayor has provided responses to those questions. Deputy Lord Mayor, are you happy to read those, or would you like me to read them? Okay, thank you. Sorry, mate, did you say you were going to do those, or do you want me to do them? Oh, you're happy for me to do them? Okay, cool. In that case, I need to get some paperwork. Those questions. Okay. I'll give you an extra question for this little bit of a
That's
slip.
quite all right, Lord Mayor.
So the first question, if you could just repeat that.
The first question was Deputy Lord Mayor Goncalves travelling on official city business, and did the city pay for all or any part of that travel?
Okay, so that's that one there. So the Deputy Lord Mayor attended this event on behalf of the Lord Mayor. The Deputy Lord Mayor arranged his own airfares and accommodation for this conference. The city has processed a reimbursement claim of $1,102.03 relating to the travel in accordance with the council policy of 1.6, which is council members' allowance, fees and entitlements. The city is also processing a reimbursement claim for the accommodation expense of $717.73.
Excellent. Number 2, what city business was the Deputy Lord Mayor representing during this attendance at this conference?
The purpose of this trip was for city representatives to attend a climate leaders forum as arranged by the Council of Capital City Lord Mayors, which is the CCCLM. And then your last question.
Actually, I wanted to ask 2 when you gave me one more. So what was the specific agenda items or sessions that the Deputy Lord Mayor attended at that conference?
Yep, that's fine, of course. Okay, so the agenda items were inclusive but not limited to Resilient Sydney, which is a joint Metropolitan Council collaborative in approach to climate resilience. The City of Sydney Greening Strategy, which is implementation targets, canopy uplift and supporting policy framework. Departmental briefing post COP30 and forward positioning towards COP31. Federal Government briefing 303-31 Presidency Negotiation Framework and Local Engagement. CCCLM Advocacy Session, which embedded local governments in national climate policy and funding frameworks. The next one is Urban Heat Mitigation and Extreme Heat Response Strategies. And the last one was electrification of public transport, and buildings, municipal and city scale implementation.
Excellent. So the last question is, what tangible outcomes, benefits or actionable insights did the City of Perth gain directly from the Deputy Lord Mayor's attendance?
All right, that's the 4th question, but I will give you that one, and we can certainly sort that out for you. So the benefits, outcomes and actionable insights include representation to the executive level roundtable discussions. It showcases local government's role in national and global climate policy, and the debrief on COP30 and setting for the agenda of COP31.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. No problem at all.
Lord Mayor, can I just add something? I'd just like to remember back to when we actually passed the travel policy, that after a elected member goes on travel, we actually come back to present something to council. I actually do remember the Deputy Mayor presenting something to council of the outcomes of the actual trip that he did. That was in an engagement session. Can that be shared with the public?
Yeah, I'm sure that can be shared, but if you don't mind, I'll just follow up after the meeting and let you know what we can do on that one, mate. Okay, where are we next? I'd like to invite Susan Brodie to please step forward. Nice to see you, Susan. If you could please state your name and your suburb and proceed with your questions.
I'm Sue Brody and I live in Northbridge. Good evening to everybody, the councillors. Thank you. My question is about the buildings in Northbridge. What are the council's plans to address the number of derelict buildings in Northbridge and what are the timeframes?
Okay, thank you. I'll put that question through to the CEO.
If I could please invite the General Manager Planning and Sustainability to respond, please.
Thank you, CEO. And through the Lord Mayor, the City works cooperatively with owners of vacant buildings to ensure they are kept in secure and tidy state. The City also proactively engages with owners to discuss opportunities to improve these sites. The City has developed a comprehensive grants program to support landowners and businesses. The business relocation grants support small to medium-sized businesses relocating into the City, and this helps connect businesses with landowners looking for options to better activate their buildings. The business improvement grants support the carrying out of works that enhance the activation and interface with the public realm. The Heritage Adaptive Reuse Grants focuses specifically on buildings that are heritage listed, with a focus on spaces that have been unoccupied for 12 months or longer and include use of upper floors and or basements. The City's new draft local planning scheme number 3 that is currently with the state government for approval to commence public consultation also includes planning incentives to support landowners in redeveloping their properties and deliver strategic and community benefits for the City.
Thank you, Susan. Thanks. Really nice to see you and a fresh face with a new question. That's awesome.
Lord Mayor, can I ask a question?
Just a sec.
No? Okay.
Not the forum, mate. I thought I did let you get away with the last one, and I thought to myself I better double check. I'll now like to invite Amberly Henriques to please step forward. Amberly, please state your name and suburb and proceed with your question.
Hello everybody, my name is Amberly Henriques and I'm a ratepayer from West Perth. Tonight I have 3 questions. The third is only relevant pending a response to question 2. So on the 18th of February 2026, the West Australian reported that ratepayers are expected to fund approximately $280,000 to implement recommendations from the recent workplace assessment, in addition to $70,000 spent on a psychosocial risk assessment and then $35,000 on the external monitor. Can the CEO firstly confirm if these reported governance-related figures are accurate and confirm the total financial commitment associated with these matters, including amounts already expended and the amounts committed for implementation?
Okay, thank you. Through to the CEO.
Thank you very much for the question. The administration has recommended that Council approve an allocation of $280,000 to enable implementation of the recommendations arising from the psychosocial risk assessment report. The cost of the monitor is set by the Inspector of Local Government and it is anticipated to be approximately $35,000, and the psychosocial risk assessment cost of the report and the body of work that was involved is around $70,000.
Perfect. Thank you, CEO. Question 2. Can the CEO confirm whether a contingency or governance reserve is available to accommodate these costs, or whether funding them will require reductions, reallocation or drawdown that may impact other community programs, core services or reserves?
Thank you very much for the question.
Yeah, through to CEO.
Sorry, Lord Mayor. And I'm going to ask our CFO to give us a fully informed response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Through the Chair. The City practices sustainable and dynamic treasury management across all our budget lines. So this includes regular analysis and preparation of financial management statements, which then supports dynamically adjusting both favourable and unfavourable financial variances. This is done on a portfolio basis and is reported through Council regularly at these meetings. Such practice also includes looking for discretionary savings. That's always the preferential approach, so that there's not an impact on ongoing core services. in relation to the cashback reserve, as that was mentioned, the city has a very carefully curated suite of cash reserves, and which are created in accordance with the city's reserves strategy and policy. In this case, the concept of creating a single-year governance reserve for an expenditure item is not consistent with that approach. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. Last question.
My next question was actually just with regards to which discretionary expenditure fund it would come from if it was getting pulled down from something. So I think you've answered that. Thank you.
Well done.
Yep. Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank
Good
you,
night.
Emily. Okay, next on the agenda we have Chantel Stone has submitted public questions. However, she has advised she is unable to attend tonight. Chantel's questions and responses will appear in the minutes of the meeting. I would now like to invite Sergio Baggio Famiano to please step forward. Hi, Sergio. Please state your name and suburb and proceed with your question.
Thank you very much. My name is Sergio Famiano and I reside in the suburb of Junedana in the city of Stirling. And my questions are in relation to item 11.1. And I just wanted to say congratulations for a very bold plan. And it's good to see that you've incorporated light rail. My two questions. The first one, will the city be looking to establish a new city deal, seeking funding from the federal government and possibly the state government to help fund the initiatives identified in the 2036 and beyond plan?
Thank you. I'll put that through to the CEO.
If I could invite the General Manager, Planning and Sustainability to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the Lord Mayor, the city's primary role is to deliver a high-quality public realm that supports and encourages the use of public transport, while the provision and the operation of public transport services sit with the state government, which I'm sure you know that. The study is intended to inform the development of an implementation plan for future enhancement of the public realm and to strengthen the city's advocacy to the state on those future projects. So the city is also in the process of preparing a transport strategy for the municipality, and the study directions, including the light rail proposals, will be an important consideration in the public transport aspect of the transport strategy.
Thank you.
My second question, and it touches on what you were saying, how will the city go about seeking support and funding to implement light rail as a mid-tier public transport plan for the inner and middle suburbs of Perth, acknowledging that there's over 15 local governments that are in support of light rail for the city?
Okay, thank you. I'll pop that through to the CEO.
And thank you. If I could invite the General Manager, Planning and Sustainability.
And through the Lord Mayor, it's a fairly similar response to the earlier response. It is really about the study supporting any city advocacy efforts in that space. So if we are looking to advocate for that position on significant future city shaping projects, including future enhancements in public transport services, that's really the city's role in that space.
Thank you very much, Sergio. Good to see you.
Thank you very much, and good luck with everything.
Good on you. Thank you very much. Okay, next on the agenda we have Ms. Vicky Raniszewski. Vicky, please come up, state your name, your suburb, and fire away.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Vicky Raniszewski, East Perth ratepayer and community advocate. Due to the number of questions I have, I'll start at question 1. Given the ratepayers are bearing the reported cost of the local government monitor at approximately $900 per day over a 13-week period, can the city please explain what level of transparency or reporting ratepayers can expect at the conclusion of the appointment?
Okay, thank you. I'll put that one through to the CEO.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Local Government Inspector has appointed the Monitor for an initial 12-week period. The Monitor reports to the Local Government Inspector and the Inspector will provide a report to Council.
Okay, and I'll just quickly add that's $900 per day, but I think it's 3 days a week, just in case when you do your calculations, you're doing it. In fact, yeah. Anyway, I'll move to the next question.
Thank you. I'll jump to question 6. Can the city clarify whether the local government monitor has any authority to immediately intervene in behavioural or procedural matters witnessed during her contracted time at the city or whether her role is limited to observation and reporting.
Yep, thank you. Through to the CEO.
The local government, in brackets, Local Government Inspector Regulations 2025, provide that a monitor may, on one or more occasions, adjourn a meeting for up to 24 hours at a time if the monitor considers that the meeting is disorderly, or the meeting is not being conducted in accordance with the Act, or the meeting is considering a motion that, if carried, would result in a decision or other action that is not authorised by or that otherwise contravenes a written law. The monitor reports to the Inspector for Local Government.
All righty, Vicky, we're just ticking over, but I'll give you one more if you like.
Okay, if I can jump to question 2. If the monitor's reports or findings are not permitted to be publicly released to ratepayers, can the City clarify the rationale for the cost being borne by the City of Perth ratepayers rather than the State Government, noting that the monitor reports directly to the State Government?
Thank you. Through to the CEO.
The Local Government Act provides that the cost of a monitor appointed by the Inspector for Local Government will be borne by the Local Government Authority, with the Inspector to advise the Council of any actions required.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you, Vicky. The rest of those questions will be answered accordingly. I'd now like to invite David Lim to please step forward. David, if you can please supply your name and suburb and your questions. I've read your questions, always well thought out. Always well thought out.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to ask questions this evening. And I live in Daglish. So I've got 12 questions, but I'll start with 12. Revenue item 10847 Road Hacker Drive refers to an additional MRRG grant being approved. A, what works is this grant being applied to? How does this relate to the continuation of improved works for increased accessibility for cyclists and visitors to Matilda Bay?
Okay, thank you. I'll put that through to the CEO.
And if I could invite the General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations to respond, please.
Thank you, and through you, Lord Mayor. The additional grant revenue is linked to the Hacker Drive renewal works currently being delivered, including accessibility improvements, curb repairs and road resurfacing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Given some of these works could be removed during the construction and completion of a proposed Matilda Bay terminal, with the new roundabout and realignment of pedestrian, cyclists and shared path facilities opposite UWA, what would be the longevity of these implemented changes to Hackett Drive?
Thank you. Through to the CEO.
And through to the General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations, please.
Thank you, and through you, Lord Mayor. Most of the road renewal works on Hacker Drive will not be affected by the State Government proposed Metronet on Swan project. Proceeding with the asphalt resurfacing now will maintain the road in good condition and prevent further deterioration, which could otherwise lead to more extensive and costly remedial works in the future. Thank you.
Lucky last, David.
Okay, let's see. Okay, with regards to the Crawley Nedlands neighbourhood, what seasonal trends has the city observed regarding the 34 off-street parking bays and 10 parallel off-street parking bays at Matilda Bay used by students and visitors during the year in terms of capacity of occupation and accumulation of traffic infringements? Yep.
All right, thank you. Through to the CEO.
And to the General Manager, Commercial, please.
Thank you to the Lord Mayor. Parking data closely aligns with student activity at UWA. Peak demand occurs during semesters 1 and 2, which is March to May and August to October. Outside of semester periods, transaction volumes decrease by approximately 30%. Weekday occupancy during semester ranges between 60% and 80%. And 682 infringements were issued between FY24 FY25.
Okay, thank you.
David, always good to see you, and look forward to the rest of those questions appearing in our minutes. Thank you. Mr. Samuel Ingram has submitted public questions. However, he has advised he's unable to attend tonight, so his questions and responses will be provided in the minutes of the meeting. In the same vein, Mr. Wellard has submitted public questions and has advised he's unable to attend tonight. I'd now like to invite Ms Michelle Wright to please step forward. Michelle, please state your name, your suburb and proceed with your questions.
Michelle Wright, East Perth. My questions relate to Councillor Les's motion, 19.2, suspension of council travel. What percentage of the city's total annual operating budget does the 110,156 represent?
Okay, thank you. I'll put that through to the CEO.
And thank you. If our CFO could respond, please.
Thank you. If you will indulge me, rather than trying to confuse everybody with a number of decimal places after the point in this, what I can say, it does represent a small fraction of a % of the city's cash operating budget.
Thank you. I think it was 0.12%, maybe, perhaps.
We'll take your word for it. We'll go to the next question.
Are there any immediate cash flow constraints facing the city that necessitates urgent suspension of otherwise regular governance and representation function?
Thank you. You'll pop that through to the CEO.
And to the CFO, please.
Thank you. Any unbudgeted expenditure obviously represents an opportunity to ensure that we exercise dynamic and responsible treasury management, which means exploring offsetting savings and revenue opportunities. That's a standard practice that the city does use regularly, and we do that to ensure that we do not experience cash flow constraints. That's it.
That's it. Yep, that's fine. And I'll just reiterate, best in business, our CFO. Just he loves it when I give him a pump up.
Has the city's participation in the Canberra local government delegation contributed to federal government funding, grant, policy engagement and building strategic relationships that have benefited the city?
Pop that through to the CEO.
Thank you very much for the question. It's not really possible to definitively establish whether the City of Perth motions or advocacy undertaken by the Australian Local Government Association has had any direct impact on the city's financial position at this time.
You've got 30 seconds left.
Okay, I will jump to what will be the potential impacts, including the reputational, strategic and engagement related, if the city does not participate in the delegation this year.
Through to the CEO.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Not all local governments attend ALGA every year, nor do all capital cities attend each year. This can vary. The City of Perth has raised one motion through ALGA in 3 years of attending. They are unlikely to be any reputational, strategic or engagement-related impacts if the City of Perth does not attend ALGA this year.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. And the only thing I can add to that, having gone to ALGA last year for the very first time and not knowing what to expect and not knowing realistically if it was something that was worthwhile, I can say I was unbelievably surprised at the benefits of going to ALGA, and it's something I'd encourage elected members to do if they do get the chance. Ministerial meetings, briefings and collegial experiences with other councils is something that I know from last year is something I certainly have totally different respect for and understanding. Okay, now where are we at now? Who we got? We've got, we'd like to ask Alexandra Abbott to please step forward. Alexandra, how are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you all?
Very good.
My name's Alexandra Abbott. I am from Sorrento and I'm representing On The Point in East Perth. These questions are in relation to item 14.2, which refers to the recommendation to remove the 1 hour free parking at Point Fraser effective from 30th of March 2026. Given the report records consultation nil and proposes removal of the 1 hour free parking period at Point Fraser effective 30th of March, will Council please confirm the following? For each part, please identify the relevant documents or confirm if none exist, and the intended timing, including whether this will occur before 30th of March 2026. A. Consultation process before implementation. Noting the report records consultation nil and noting that there has been some engagement with precinct representatives. Will Council please confirm whether Council will complete a defined stakeholder consultation process, including scope, timing and an opportunity for written submissions with the affected Point Fraser on the Point businesses before implementation of the removal on the 30th of March 2026? And if not, please explain why consultation is not proposed prior to implementing a change that will materially affect a defined perimeter hospitality precinct. B, modelling disclosure. The 400,000 projected uplift, where the Council will table and publish or otherwise make publicly available the assumptions supporting the projected 400,000 annual revenue increase from removing the free hour before implementation, including occupancy inputs, compliance, non-payment assumptions, enforcement assumptions, including enforcement hours, behavioural change, elasticity assumptions, and any sensitive testing, and whether the 400,000 figure is derived from a simple transaction count versus X hourly rate calculation, and if so, what evidence supports the assumptions that demand and compliance will not change, including any sensitivity analysis. Operating loss, the $650,000 estimate, how the Point Fraser operating loss was calculated, time period, revenues included, and cost allocations such as enforcement, maintenance and overheads, and whether Council will publish that calculation and, in particular, how that calculation reconciles with the officer estimate provided during the deputation discussion that Point Fraser has an estimated loss of approximately 650,000 this year. D, 5 million free parking incentives framework, how the stated 5 million in free parking incentives is allocated across the city by location, programme and allocation criteria, and whether removal of the 1 hour free period at Point Fraser has been assessed within that broader incentives activation framework. And finally, reference to the public transport CAT, whether the city has formally advocated to the state government, PTA, for extension of the CAT route or equivalent high-frequency service into East Perth / Point Fraser. If yes, and when was the response? If not, will Council commit to advocate and report back by a specific date? Thank you for your time.
Alexandra, thank you very much. And I won't put you through all that without giving you an answer to that question, so we'll pop that through to the CEO.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. If I could invite the General Manager, Commercial Services to respond, please.
Thanks, CEO. Through you, Lord Mayor. Okay, there has been consultation with On The Point operators in October 2024. The City met with the operators and discussed, amongst other items, the underperformance of the car park and the options available to improve the car park, including removal of the 1 hour free. Through correspondence in November 2025, the City reiterated the losses incurred from operating the car park under the current structure. More recently, on 21 January 2026, the Lord Mayor, together with the General Manager Commercial Services and Alliance Manager City Events, met with representatives from On The Point. Amongst other items, the 1 hour free was discussed and how it impacts the commercial viability of the car park. Included as an action in the action plan from the meeting minutes, the City was to finalise its review of the 1 hour free parking subsidy. Okay, answer to B. The modelling represents the number of hourly based transactions occurring in the yellow zone, excluding after 6 p.m. parking, which attracts the flat fee of $5, and any transactions in the daily commuter parking zone, which is the green zone. Underlying assumptions have been made that a rise in visitation to the Burrowloo Bridge and to the On The Point complex due to increased tenancy occupancy should offset any loss of patronage by the removal of the 1 hour free parking, noting that many of the transactions are over 1 hour, so paid transactions already occurs, and therefore demand is considered to be relatively inelastic. Okay, answer to C. The 650,000 loss is based on the budget operating financial report for the Point Fraser car park for the FY 25-26 year. Answer to D. Free parking is estimated across the city as the following. 3.5 million across the 3.5 hours free at 3 car parks on a weekend. 1.1 million across 3 on-street free areas and 400,000 from Point Fraser. Answer to E, the city has advocated for this service on numerous occasions. The most recent occasion being on 20th of January 2026, requesting cat services to Point Fraser. PTA's advice is as follows. We have no short, medium-term plans to adjust current bus service provision to Point Fraser, which is covered by Route 24, which typically operates every 30 minutes during the daytimes and up to every 10 minutes during peak periods. Whilst appreciate that this service does not operate as frequently as some cat services, it is free to use between Kings Park Road and Point Fraser, and the frequency is appropriate for the level of demand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, GM. Thank you very much, and it's great to see you.
Thank you.
Okay. CEO, have there been any other public questions received prior or to this meeting?
No, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. A reminder to everyone here that those questions received in less than 24 hours' notice will be included in the minutes of this meeting, and a response will be provided in the agenda at the next ordinary council meeting. In accordance with Local Government Act Administration Regulations of 1996, as the person presiding at this meeting, I can confirm that the members of the public have been given an equal and fair opportunity to ask questions as provided for in the local standing orders. In addition, information is available on the City's website regarding public question time. On those grounds, I am satisfied that members of the public have had ample opportunity to participate in our process. In this process, as an alternative, you're also welcome to contact the administration directly with any questions. Thank you. Moving on to item 7, which is confirmation of minutes. Would anyone like to move the recommendations that Council confirms the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 9th of December 2025 as a true and correct record? Councillor Paikin, and I saw a seconder there, which is Councillor Ma. All those in favour? Okay, that is all in favour. That is carried. Item 8 is questions by members which due notice have been given. In accordance with clause 4.71 of the Standing Orders Local Law 2009, appropriate notice has been provided by 3 elected members of their intention to ask questions at this ordinary council meeting. 12 questions have been received by Councillor Doshi, 4 questions have been received by Councillor Lisa, and 9 questions have been received by the Deputy Lord Mayor. All those questions have been answered. If the elected members want to read their questions, we can answer those, or they will appear into the minutes of the meeting. Councillor Doshi. Yep, that's fine. Happy with the written responses. Councillor Lisa.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I would like to ask my questions on the record.
Sure.
I will ask question 2 because the question 1 is about a table which has been supplied, which is thank you very much. So question 2 is, given the monitor started in January 26, how many complaints have come in about elected members since the start of 2026?
Okay, I'll pop that, or I can read that out. From the 1st of January 2026, the City has received 7 elected member behavioural complaints. The City is not aware of how many of any other complaints have been lodged directly with the local government inspector.
My question 3 is, how much car parking revenue has the City lost given the closure of car parks 2 and 3 at Queen's Gardens and the Concert Hall?
The estimated total revenue loss for the financial year of 25-26 between the 2 sections of the Queen's Gardens and Concert Hall car park is approximately $2.46 million. The Queen's Garden component of that is $1 million and the Concert Hall is $1.46 million.
Thank you. And my final question is, how many emails did the City receive from each individual elected member for the month of January 2026?
The following information counts emails from elected members to any cityofperth.wa.gov email addresses. Does that also include forwards when we get them from the community and we forward them through to, just out of interest?
Yes, Lord Mayor, if it is a chief.executive, so as stated in the response, cityofperth.wa.gov.au.
Okay, cool. All right, so, all right, that's fine. So effectively every single email that comes through?
This is in relation to primarily governance, chief.executive, and also the CEO. So all of the email addresses that would come through normally as part of the communication protocol. So this is capturing all of those communications.
Okay, cool. So every email. So, so that's from myself, that's 118. From the Deputy Lord Mayor, 91. From Councillor Doshi, 44. From Councillor Gobbett, 18. From Councillor Coe, 5. From Councillor Leeser, 46. From Councillor Marr, 4. From Councillor Pakin, 2. And from Councillor Patton, 6. Next question. All right, thank you. Next we have, speaking of questions, 9 questions have been received from the Deputy Lord Mayor. The Deputy Lord Mayor, are you happy for those answers to be in the minutes, or would you like to read them out?
Yeah, I'd like to read out 2 and get further clarification.
Okay, fire away.
Thanks. So following a formal noise complaint from Kate Meenan Bowker on January the 17th, I formally asked the administration who had installed or authorised anti-homelessness or hostile devices in Lord Street. On the 25th of January, I further requested to be kept informed to enable me to discharge my elected member duties. Why was the city involvement in requesting or directing installation not disclosed at that time when the specific question was asked by an elected member?
Okay, thank you. I'll put that through to the CEO.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. And if I could invite the General Manager Community Development, and this is question 3 in relation to the questions that have been asked. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the Lord Mayor, and just to clarify, it's not an anti-homelessness device, it is a noise-emitting device. Okay, consistent with the elected members' communication protocol, your emails of 17th and 25th of January on 2026, along with Ms Bowker's complaint, they were managed through the Chief Executive email process to ensure that all elected members are provided with the same information. The elected member communication protocol requires that elected members refer operational matters raised by members of the public to the administration for consideration and response. Responses to you and to Ms Bowker were provided within the relevant Chief Executive inbox digest circulated to all elected members. Through this process, you were advised that the Lord Street device was on the PTA property and operated by the PTA. The city is not empowered to authorise or operate devices on the state government-owned property. As you are aware, through the above communication, Ms Bowker was advised by the city that any further complaints regarding use of the device should be directed towards the PTA.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question.
Thanks. I'll just have a follow-up to that one because...
Sorry, mate, just a quick one. Just because of the way the standing orders works, questions have to...
It's part of my original
question.
question.
It wasn't because you finished your original question. Sorry, mate. Next question.
It's the next question, yep. So regarding the high-pitched noise deterrent device, which the Minister of Local Government themselves calls a noise deterrent that target homelessness people, I asked specifically for more information around that, and the exact question was who requested and authorised those devices. That was not answered, and we also ended up in a situation where the Lord Mayor was asked for media feedback, and...
Councillor, just can you tell me what question you're reading out?
I'm reading out question 1 and question...
Sorry. Okay, so if you can ask question 1 and then we'll reply to that one just so we can keep up. Sorry.
Sure. So I asked the question whether it's a noise deterrent or otherwise, that the Minister themselves has referred to it in that way. And I asked what date and under what delegated authority, policy, local law and council resolution.
Councillor, I'm sorry to do this, but the standing orders are quite clear. So if you're asking question 1, question 1 is regarding the high-pitched noise deterrent device operating under Lord Street Bridge on the principal shared path between MacGyver and the Claysbrook Station. Yep. Did the City of Perth
request?
Yep. I'll finish it for you. Did the City of Perth request direct or otherwise facilitate its installation? And if so, on what date and under what delegated authority, policy, local law or council resolution was involved? Was that involvement authorised? Through to the CEO.
Thank you very much. If I could invite the General Manager, Community Development to respond, please.
Thank you, and through you, Lord Mayor. The City has no power to direct any state government agency to install devices on state government land and did not do so. It is a matter for the PTA whether it decided to install any device and what operational parameters were in place for its use. The City participates in the Central City Safety Working Group, along with the WA Police and the State Government Office of Homelessness. This is an important partnership-based collaboration with the West Australian Government, which has, at its core, a commitment to addressing community safety issues in the city, whilst respectfully and compassionately responding to the needs of people sleeping rough. Whilst the City collaborates with the state on these matters, providing safe housing for people sleeping rough is a state government responsibility. As the WA Police Commissioner, Col Blanche, said on the ABC radio last week, we do know that amongst our homeless population here in WA, we have a significant amount of crime, both as victims and as offenders, and we know that members of the public make regular complaints to both the council and the police, and it is a serious issue. So if there are locations where crime is high, there is attempts to remove those people from those areas because it is not safe for them, but it's also not safe for the public. End quote. The Lord Street underpass area was previously in a dangerous location, both for people sleeping rough and for other members of the community using the area, particularly pedestrians and cyclists. There were very significant criminal and antisocial behaviour issues in the area. These included serious assaults, public drug use, and along with a range of other significant safety concerns. These matters were a focus for the Central City Safety Working Group, along with other WA government agencies, including the Royal Perth Hospital, Western Power, Main Roads WA, and the Public Transport Authority, and non-government service providers in the area. Throughout 2023 and 24, a range of community safety and policing approaches to the Lord Street area were discussed through the Central City Safety Working Group and with other agencies, including the use of CCTV, improved lighting, anti-loitering devices, signage to deter loitering, and support for people sleeping rough and policing approaches. Through the Central City Safety Working Group, PTA agreed to install an anti-loitering device, which the City understands occurred sometime in 2024, and any further questions about the operations of the device are best directed towards the PTA.
Okay, thank you very much. Is that
Thanks. Yeah, one more question. And it
stick
relates
to the script or I'm going to get
Thank you.
grumpy?
Thanks. Does the CEO acknowledge that the failure to disclose the city's involvement in requesting the Lord Street noise device, which has been widely reported in the media, resulted in elected members, including the Lord Mayor, in his spokesperson role, not being properly supported with full and accurate information when responding to community and media concerns?
Thank you for the question. That's question 4 through to the CEO.
And through to the General Manager, Community Development, please.
Thank you, and through you, Lord Mayor. There has been no failure to disclose. The Lord Mayor was briefed about the Lord Street device by administration operational staff on Tuesday 17th Feb 2026. This followed a discussion between the Lord Mayor and the CEO on the same day after the media inquiries were made on the morning of Tuesday 17th Feb 2026. The City provided a statement to media which the Lord Mayor had seen prior to the release on 17th of Feb 2026. As advised in the elected member update sent by the acting CEO on Thursday 19th of February 2026, a further media statement following the release of the request from Minister Beasley to deactivate devices was issued by the City on the 19th of February 2026. This was also shared with the Lord Mayor prior to its release. All elected members received information about this operational matter in the elected members update. Consistent with the elected member communication protocol, any approaches to elected members from members of the public or the media regarding operational managers should be referred through to the administration through the Chief Executive and CCing in the CEO for management of appropriate responses. This ensures that accurate information is provided to members of the public, the media and to elected members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much for that. We can now move on to item 9. Of course, all those questions and the questions that weren't asked on the floor will be included into the minutes of today's meeting. Item 9 is correspondence. No correspondence have been received for this meeting. Item 10 is petitions. No petitions have been received for this meeting. Moving on to the next item, which I assume is 11, which is reports en bloc. Before we move on to the officers' reports, the following items have been identified to be moved en bloc. They are 11.1, shaping Perth city centre towards 2036 and beyond. Item 11.3, City of Perth motion for Alga 2026. which is in reference to the mandatory NAPERS rating for apartment buildings. Item 14.1, corporate business plan for 25-26 through to 28-29 quarter 2. 15.1 is the monthly financial statements for November 25. 15.2, schedule of accounts paid for November 25. 15.3 is monthly financial statements for December 25. 15.4 is the schedule of accounts paid for December 25. 16.2 is the business relocation grants for Indigenous professional services. 16.5, City of Perth motion for ALGA 2026 National General Assembly, delivering equitable NBN fibre upgrade pathways for multi-dwelling units. 17.2 is the Welga Central Metro Zone meeting and Regional State Council meeting. 17.4 is rescheduling of the March 26 Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee meeting. 17.5 is the draft Capital City Plan towards 2036 and beyond. 20.2 is Key Performance Indicator Update Report for the CEO, Quarter 2 25/26, which is the period 1st of October 2025 to the 31st of December 2025. Do any elected members wish to extract any of these items from on block? Councillor Doshi?
Yes, can I please remove 11.1 and 16.5?
11.1 and 16.5. Just give us a moment to get that jotted down. Okay. And that's it. Okay, so we'll remove 11.1 and 16.5 from the on-block motion. We'll now move that motion to be dealt with on-block. Can I please get a seconder for the motion? Councillor Paikin. Let's put that to a vote. Those in favour? Okay, that one has been passed, carried unanimously. With that, we'll move to 11.1, which is shaping Perth City Centre towards 2036 and beyond. This item, can I please... Yep, so I'm taking that off block. Can I please have a mover? Councillor Liza, and a seconder? Councillor Doshi, mover to speak.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it's best summed up in an email that we all received today from a Northbridge business owner. And he says, as a City of Perth stakeholder, I want to express strong support for the above report and a positive vote towards its ambitious recommendations. Be bold, ambitious and visionary to give the City of Perth a strong future. And I think that's a great way to introduce this motion to the floor. So I commend it to my fellow councillors.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doshi, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, so shaping Perth City Centre towards 2036 and beyond. The project builds on decades of urban design and work that has been transformed, that's transformed our city into a more vibrant, prosperous and livable place. This isn't just a plan, it's a strategic framework to guide Perth's growth as we aim for the 55,000 residents by 2036 and 90,000 by 2050. The Gell architects have spent a lot of time with us over the last 18 months and are world renowned, having shaped cities from Paris to Copenhagen. And our journey began with them back in 1994, followed by a further visionary piece in 2009. Back then, the city centre here had a very low resident population, almost none, couldn't find the actual figure itself. But in 2009, there was approximately 1,500 residents that lived here in the city. And today we have over 7,000. So by 2036, our resident growth target is 12,500. The broader city centre population is currently 32,000, aiming for the milestone of 55,000 by 2036. Our decision today will directly shape the public realm for decades to come. Engaging with this vision ensures the development, public spaces and the sustainability measures that are aligned, equitable and deliver real benefits to our community. But tonight is not just about trams, light rail, it's also about leadership. The vision prepared by Gell is bold, it's city shaping, and I do support the ambition. But the ambition without governance could prove reckless. The question what I'd want to sort of discuss today is that state funding and the state are our delivery partners. For them to first hear about this through media is quite worrying. This already has had negative pushback from both state government and some ratepayers. This is not just a policy, it's about relationships. So I guess my question, firstly to the CEO, is the media backlash that we've had over the last couple of days in relation to the statement that came from the City of Perth through the Lord Mayor. Has there been any reputational damage caused? And if there has been, what kind of risks does that now carry with working with state?
Through to the CEO.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm not really in a position to talk about reputational damage, but I do believe that relationships with our key stakeholders are fundamental, and we do work very hard to ensure that we respect those relationships and work very constructively. I'm very pleased to say that through the development of the plan, we worked very closely with many government agencies, and we have very solid, well-formed relationships with those organisations who have been part of this journey. So we greatly respect those relationships and will continue to work very hard at ensuring we maintain them. Thank you.
And thank you for that. And my question to the Lord Mayor would be, before going to the media, based on the fact that the relationship with state government is imperative for this project to work, did you inform or speak to state government prior or to the city media team before making your statement?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and that's why using the phone or email at any stage to clarify before you come to chamber is a benefit. So what happened on Thursday is we were approached by the Sunday Times about an article they were writing for the Sunday paper. They requested us to have an input, and if the city didn't have an input, the article obviously would have went ahead. So the city media team and I had a discussion about what we could do in regards to the parameters of that statement, and that statement was sent through to the media team, to the Sunday Times and to the media team, and the Sunday Times ran that article. So in regards to reputational risk, the media were reporting on something that was in our agenda for today, that was going to happen regardless. In regards to, I think, what you're referring to, because what I've seen through dispatches, through social commentary, and as Councillor Leeser just read out, through our general public and ratepayers, has been an overwhelming support of our report, and you spoke quite well about that support as well. So for the media to effectively doorstop the Minister for Transport, that would have happened regardless, and the Minister's Transport without background would have been probably the same. So for us to take a concerted effort to supply the Sunday Times with a release that was within the confines of what we could comment on, because it's coming up for an agenda item today, is something that we chose to do.
Thank you. And just a follow-up, Lord Mayor, has the Deputy Premier contacted you since the article's been released?
No. Okay, would anyone else like to speak for or against? Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I was hoping I didn't need to. I want to speak in support of this report. I just want to quote something on the report. So on page 32, it says here very clearly: reclaim the core, calm the heart, lower speed limits to 30 kilometres per hour, priority of safety and comfort. So this report basically says if the council here supports this today, that we prioritise pedestrians over motor vehicles. And calming the core down to 30 kilometres per hour is proven by science, is backed by very, very good evidence over the last 2 decades. So I'm in absolute support of this report, and anyone that votes on this will be supporting lower speed limits in the city.
Thank you, Councillor Coe. And just for further context for those who might be playing at home, Councillor Coe is a doctor who has spent an extraordinary amount of time in trauma in regards to dealing with people who have received motor vehicle accidents. So the passion that you hear in his voice is from lived experience, so I appreciate your input, Councillor. I'd like to speak for or against? No, sorry, Councillor, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thanks. I'll follow on from, and I completely agree where Councillor Dr. Victor Coe is coming from. But I do believe that tonight's not just about endorsing a glossy document. It's about deciding whether Perth is prepared to lead its own future and create pathways to progress. This vision challenges us to shape a city that is greener, more walkable, more connected, and more ambitious. And I welcome that challenge. But it should be noted it's not an end point, it's a starting point. It's a catalyst. So if we're serious about adopting a vision that the media has encapsulated to include tram boulevards, east-west transit corridors, safe pedestrian zones, then we must also be serious about advocating for funding that needs to be deployed accordingly. The context in which we are considering this also includes the state's own mid-year financial projections, which show that the Perth Parking Levy Fund is forecast to reach approximately $224 million in 26-27 and over $300 million by 2028-29. That is city shaping capital. It's a down payment towards a future light rail that can and will transform our cities for decades to come. And that leads to William Street and also greening our city and creating more of a pedestrian central heart. The GEL vision contemplates a greener people-first corridor, potentially operating William Street as a single lane in each direction. If that is the direction that we're going in, then we should have the courage to explore what that unlocks on the ground. For example, people have advocated whether the freeway overpass and even the Horseshoe Bridge could be reimagined as a green civic space. Doing so, we can create elevated parks, improve connectivity, provide event and civic spaces, and increase our urban greening and vibrancy, in the same way that New York has done with the High Line Park. Cities that invest in their future create their future. Adopting this report does not commit us to every single detail, but it signals that Perth is prepared to step up to the challenge of working with our state government and our federal government partners in order to think in the long term and in genuine partnership. This is an open hand from Council, so I'm excited that we look warmly on taking on that challenge. Thank you.
Very well said all. Okay, anyone else like to speak? Councillor Pakin.
I'm going to speak off the cuff, which is probably going to get me into trouble. Generally, look, I am supportive of this plan. However, I did note there was an article over the weekend and a minister was quoted saying, every year there's a master plan from the City of Perth that involves the state government spending all the money and them doing nothing to actually improve the current situation. I'm astonished about the amount of money they waste on these master plans that don't deliver on everyday need, and that is the amenity for local ratepayers and more density to support businesses. I just want to say I reject that statement, and I would like to hear what you think as well, Lord Mayor.
Well, yeah, basically what I think on this I said very succinctly at the beginning. Ultimately, we've got an option and a responsibility to contribute to the advocacy of how we can see the city shaped and what we can provide for generations to come. We know we can't do it all, and we're not saying that. And we're not committing to light rail or cable car. We're committing to a vision that we can all be proud of, but that vision's only going to happen with all levels of government helping to contribute to the most important capital city in Australia. So that's my thoughts. Thank you. Anyone else like to comment? Councillor Gobbett.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I think it would be remiss if we didn't touch on what this document is meant to inform, which is a later document in this evening's agenda, which is the Strategic Community Plan, which every local government is obliged to produce. This is an informing document for a statutory document. Out of this process, there will be other strategies and other plans. This is groundwork for those. This document sets what are guiding principles, future directions, and ways in which people are proposed to move around our city. Those, I would argue very strongly, are squarely in the remit of local government and actions that we do achieve every day and should be proud of. I'm quite proud to be sitting here to advocate for a vibrant and magnetic city, a well-connected city, a climate-resilient city, a city with diverse identities and stories, and a city that invites people to explore and stay. And the work that the administration and particularly the team under Maria have done to prepare this report off the back of a 30-year partnership, I think is extraordinary and should be acknowledged and supported by the council. So what I would encourage people who are looking at mid-tier transport, whether or not it is light rail or bus rapid transit, we're not actively seeking to take on the role of the state government, but it would be improper if we didn't cater for a spatial, an area for which those services can be accommodated in. So in a discussion that I know that I had as part of my dissertation development around land use and transport integration, we manage the local roads, yes. State government manages heavy rail, yes, but those two services meet, and how we are able to maintain our city and offer services in a way that assists people to transfer between transport modes is arguably something that we should be doing and should be doing properly. That would be one plan, the walkability plan, the cycle plan. These are plans at a local level that we do produce and will come out of this that do flow on from the strategic community plan. So this does have a place and it will have actions that come out of this. And so I'm quite happy to support this plan and commend it to the council. Thank you.
As usual, very well spoken, and to the members of community who are in the room and who are watching, this is why we love our council team, because you can see the passion and the foresight and the decency that they bring to the table. And whilst we're handing out plaudits to Maria, obviously to our CEO and to our CFO and our whole team, as well as our council team, we all need to be acknowledged for the amount of enormous work that it takes to front up all day, every day, and to get ready for a Tuesday, to perform at our best on behalf of our community, because that's, at the end of the day, it's who we are, part of that community. Alrighty, would anyone else like to speak for or against? Councillor Lisa, would you like to close? Okay, let's put that to a vote. Those in favour? There we go. We can put that in the press tomorrow. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so that has been carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, before I move to 11.2, I just quickly would like to move a motion to rearrange some of the business of the evening. So if you just refer to the motion on screen, I'll just quickly read it out. So I'm moving a motion that there's a couple of items later on that are not intentionally horse before the cart, but I would like to move some items before the item that we're about to speak on in that context, so that we're able to take the consideration of the item that would have otherwise appeared behind it. So if that doesn't make sense, hopefully what I'm about to read will. So the item 19.1 is the notice of motion for the Policy, Legislation and Governance Committee be brought forward and considered prior to item 17.1, which is the review of council policies relating to elected members, as the matters are substantively related. That is, if we're having a council governance committee, they may need to consider reviewing those policies as part of that process. That's if, so number 2 is that item 20.1, which is the psychosocial risk assessment report, and the elected members, which is the confidential item, be brought forward and considered prior to item 17.6, which is the psychosocial risk assessment, to allow discussion in confidence before the determination of 17.6. So I will move that. Can I please have a seconder? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, sorry, may I boldly ask, can we also bring forward 14.2?
Just one moment, and the reasoning for that, just so.
I think, was there still someone in the audience? Oh, they left. They've gone. Okay, sorry, I apologise.
That's okay, no problem, mate. We can accommodate anything, or we can try, but if we don't need to, then we won't.
Lord Mayor, in that regard, I would like to bring forward 19.2 as well. 19.2
is. Yeah. So what is 19.2, Councillor?
It's entitled "Putting Ratepayers First: Suspension of Council Travel."
Okay, and where would you like to move that?
Well, to the first item of business is where I would like to move it.
Okay. So do you want it prior to 11.2, or do you want it after the 19.1?
I'm happy for it now, prior to 11.2. That would be lovely.
All right. Okay, we can do that. I don't have an issue with that. Okay, we'll just adjust that up on the screen, and then we'll be voting on the amendments of the motion first, correct?
Yeah, so just this motion, so we need a...
No, but this one here,
Yes,
the
we'll have a
amendment.
point. Yep. Add a point to move 19 point...
No.
Yes, 3.3.
So just trying to work out how we progress that. So with the agreement of the seconder to the to the amendment, we can do that. Are you happy to do that? Fantastic, thank you.
Sorry, I might be jumping the gun, but I have an amended motion for 19.2. So could you just let me know via governance where I sit to do the amendment?
Through you, Lord Mayor, once that motion is moved and seconded, then amendments can be made during debate.
We'll still be doing those individually, effectively. And we're just going to wait for that to go up on screen so we can vote on it. Just a technical issue. Okay, that looks like it's up on screen now. Can you just check that, Councillor Leeser, and make sure that you're satisfied that that's correct?
Yes, that appears correct. Thank you.
Beautiful, thank you. Okay, so I've got a... I've got a seconder. Can we put that to the vote? Those in favour? All right, that one has passed. Okay, so what we can do now is we can move directly to item 19.1. Give me us 19.2. Tricky.
And then we'll go back to 11.
All right, what page is that?
That's on page 48 of your run sheet.
No, it's not. Oh, maybe this one.
19.2. Yep.
Okay. Now we move to item 19.2, which is the notice of motion putting ratepayers first, suspension of councillor travel. Can I have a mover? Councillor Leeser. All right, cool. I'll get the seconder and I'll just read it. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Pagan. Councillor Leeser has submitted a notice of motion regarding the suspension of elected members' travel. Councillor Leeser has moved her motion, and would you like to speak to your reasons?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would you like me to read the motion out?
Sure can, yeah.
The motion is that Council resolves to suspend all city-funded interstate and international travel by elected members undertaken for representational purposes on behalf of the City of Perth, effective immediately. And 2, maintain the suspension for 6 months or until the inspector has finalised his actions with the City, whichever is the latter. Would you like my reasons?
Yep, you can speak to the motion,
Thank you.
please.
Our duty is to the ratepayers, not to collect stamps in a passport. At a time when this council faces unprecedented scrutiny, leadership means putting our constituents above travel itineraries. This is a simple, immediate step. Halt all city-funded overseas and interstate travel for elected members for 6 months or the duration of the inspector's term. Rest assured, work of the city does not stop because we stay on the ground. Digital conferencing is global standard and Zoom meetings are the norm. The administration confirms this will save about $110,000. I cannot justify travel spend while cities' finances are in flux. In 2025 alone, we lost around 1,000 parking spaces, and that's vital revenue of about $2.46 million. We've also learnt this month there is a potential $910,000 sponsorship deficit. We must look at the reality of unbudgeted spending. This financial year, the one we're in now, small items are adding up. $35,000 for the monitor, $71,000 for the psychosocial risk assessment report, $280,000 for the risk recommendations flowing from that report, $100,000 for CCTV, $185,000 per year for a grants officer, $470,000 for an art motion, and we haven't got the final costs yet, $11,000 for hosting WOLGA meetings. It's coming up later in our agenda. $2.5 million was the initial cost for Councillor Gobbett's parking vouchers, and we haven't seen the final cost yet. And there is another motion on here we'll talk about, which is going to cost $22,000 for the policy committee. The ratepayers are staring down about $3.7 million in unbudgeted spending this year alone. And I haven't included another mural motion which is still waiting for its price tag. We have seen unfortunate headlines. Nedlands is facing a $27 million budget issue. Joondalup is at $20 million. Budget issues don't happen all at once. They happen when councils ignore the cumulative impact of small spending decisions. It's time to tighten our belts. I urge my fellow councillors to show the ratepayers that we respect their money and vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pakin, would you like to speak?
No, thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay. Would anyone else like to speak for or against the motion? Councillor Doshi?
I'd like to amend the motion, please.
Okay, thank you. Just one moment.
So I wish to keep 1 and 2 in the proposed amended motion, but add a third point, which I'm happy to read when you're ready.
Yep, you can certainly read that now.
Yeah. So the third point to Councillor Leeser's motion, I believe, should be added is permit an exception only where the CEO, at their sole discretion, that proposed interstate and international travel by the Lord Mayor is critical to the city's interests, supported by a documented business case demonstrating clear organisational benefit to the city's operational or strategic interests, and formally approves such travel.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, you're okay with that amendment? Yep, second it, and you're okay with it too? Yep, okay.
And the reason for the change. So I want to stress that the council travel suspension directly reflects on our ratepayers who elect us and whom we serve and who are asking for it. Until the investigation delivers its findings, it's reasonable and responsible to pause on all discretionary travel. As elected members, it's critical to listen to the community's concerns and to take a proactive step to address them. Continuing travel while the investigation is underway sends the wrong message. raising doubts about council accountability and unnecessary expenditure. Upholding the ratepayers' expectations at this stage is not just appropriate, it's essential for maintaining trust, credibility, which in light of the current media that the City of Perth are facing, we are not winning. I'm not sure some of our elected members appreciate the severity of our situation, appreciating that we do have new members since October 2025. But I strongly support this motion, and let's be very clear, we are here to serve the people of the City of Perth. The morale of our community is low, and the perception of this council is fragile. The people who put us here are watching us very closely, and they expect us to act responsibly. Suspending all city-funded interstate and international travel is not a forever ban. It's prudent and it's a temporary measure while serious investigations are going on. To put it simply, I spoke to a stakeholder this week in West Perth, and he said it felt like the city were on bail. And generally, when someone is on bail, they don't leave the state or the country until matters are resolved. That may sound harsh, but that's the perception that our community has of us. This motion is about putting the city first, ensuring that ratepayers see that their representatives are acting in their best interests and restoring confidence in local government. It also makes practical financial sense. The suspension provides immediate savings of over $110,000, which can help address some of the unbudgeted costs related to the monitor, legal obligations, and implementing some of the psychosocial risk assessment recommendations. We are the voice of the ratepayer, and their concerns are clear. They want local government fixed and returned to a standard that they expect. Supporting this motion demonstrates that we are listening to them and prioritising our city first and acting with integrity. This is a responsible, visible and ratepayer-focused leadership, and I commend Councillor Leeser's motion to the Council. Thank you.
Okay, so now we need to vote on that amendment. To the amendment? Would anyone like to speak to that amendment? To the amendment, not to the overall motion. So the amendment is...
I was going to ask, is it okay if I foreshadow a motion if this gets defeated?
Just a second. So if this amendment fails, we go back to the original motion, and then we'll vote on that, so you don't need to foreshadow it. And then you can amend it again.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, cool. Alrighty, so we'll need to put that amendment 3 to the vote.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, can I just speak to the amendment? So I do strongly support the amended motion because it does reflect what ratepayers are asking of me right now. The City of Perth is facing unbudgeted costs, and in that context, pausing discretionary interstate and international travel by elected members is both reasonable and responsible. Councillor Doshi's amendment strikes the right balance. It ensures restraint while allowing a tightly controlled exemption where the CEO determines that the travel by the Lord Mayor is genuinely critical to the city's strategic interests and is supported by a clear business case. During my campaign, I spoke strongly about unnecessary travel, and I stand by that. This motion aligns with that commitment, and it sends the right message to the community. And it helps build trust at a time when confidence in council matters most. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for or against the amendment? Councillor Gobbett.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I'm so sorry to do this, but it's the only way to raise a point of order is for the prevention of disturbance. We're trying to conduct a meeting here. I understand that there are differences of opinion on either side of debate. I'm trying to listen to members as they raise their points, but there are interjections from the public gallery, and so I would respectfully ask if the public...
I appreciate that, and sometimes it doesn't carry to here. So this, for the gallery, will be first and last warning, not just for this meeting, but from the people who are responsible for doing this over and over again. It'll be in the meetings moving forward. We're respectful. We give people an opportunity to make important decisions, and respect is duly asked and duly given. Anyone else like to speak for or against? Councillor.
Yeah, I just want to start by saying I do agree that travel should only be carried out if there is a clear benefit to the city and its ratepayers. However, instead of having a flat no travel rule, I believe we should work together to look at travel on a case-by-case basis, given the fact that we are a capital city, one of the most isolated cities in the world. Cutting off travel completely with a blanket rule could be doing ourselves an injustice. I acknowledge Councillor Doshi's amended motion, which is similar to what I'm describing. However, I believe the choice to travel should lie with the Lord Mayor, as he is the spokesperson for the city instead of the CEO.
Okay, thank you. I'm digesting that. Councillor Marr?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I completely agree with my fellow councillors' intention to look for ways to save money for our ratepayers. But in my opinion, good governance isn't about cutting everything back to the bone. It's about using our resources wisely, allocating them well, and upholding our duties to champion Perth on every stage available to us, so we actually attract investment, sponsorship, opportunities and partnerships that ultimately bring in far more value back into the city than the cost of the trip itself. Especially now, can I remind my fellow councillors with ECU about to open and really transform the heart of our CBD, this is precisely when we should be attracting students from all around the world into Perth, and who's to say that these next 6 months aren't critical for fostering those relationships. And can I just say, when we look around, we have such a diverse council, and that is our strength. And obviously the Lord Mayor being our spokesperson is really important in building those relationships. But our councillors are also part of our council team and has that responsibility to advocate us on a international stage. So momentum is building, and I think we really can't afford to step back at a moment when we really need to be leaning in. And if anything, withdrawing from the table sends the wrong message at a time when Perth should be projecting confidence and not caution. And again, absolutely agree that we can find ways to save, but I think we should just do it through better planning, perhaps smarter decision making, and not by limiting our capacity to represent Perth with confidence. Thank you. Just some of my thoughts.
Okay, impressive. Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Gobbett, can you speak again?
No, I raised a point of order.
Sorry, point of order.
And in again raising a point of order, Lord Mayor, and to your point, it's under Standing Order 7.6C. Councillor Doshi used an expression that likened elected members to being on bail, and under Standing Order 7.5, I think that's an objectionable expression. For someone who has sat in the magistrate's court and processed bail applications for criminals, I don't appreciate being likened to one.
Okay.
And so I'd request under 7.6C that Councillor Doshi withdraw that expression.
I would rather we did take that path rather than go down behavioural code of conduct type paths for these sorts of things. So I'll just double check to see if that's okay. Okay, Councillor Doshi, I'm going to direct you to make a satisfactory apology and withdrawal of that comment, please.
Yeah, I apologise for my stakeholders' feedback from West Perth in relation to what we've just discussed.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for or against the amendment to that motion?
Can I speak again, or
You'll be able to close, so just going to wait. Anyone else? Now you have the floor.
Thank you. So, yeah, I think it's really important that when we do come to the chamber that we do reflect on talking about the people that we serve. So, again, I reiterate, when I'm referring to comments, they're not my personal comments. They're comments that have been relayed back to me and at me, and they're not directed to any individual member in the chamber. We collectively carry the blame. I would like to, before I close, ask the administration if they have any feedback on the motion, the amended motion that I have presented.
Okay, through to the CEO.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Thank you for the inquiry. So, of course, the city takes its financial responsibility seriously, and we did support the notice of motion, and we supported it because it's for a finite period. And I think to some of the points that have been made tonight around being in a position where we can support elected members and their ambitions to represent the city, but also to present ways and opportunities that can be done alternatively using technology and the like. So we are very happy to support Council's decision, whichever way it goes, and our support of the notice of motion as originally presented and also the alternative, we will adhere. We will manage whatever decision Council make professionally. Thank you.
No further questions.
No, that's it. Okay, so we can now put that amendment to a vote. All those in favour? Councillor Pagan, Councillor Lisa, Councillor Doshi. Okay, thank you. That amended motion has failed. We'll go now back to the original motion. Now, where are we at? Is it speaking for or against?
Yeah, only those who haven't already spoken.
Okay, so now we're back to the primary. So those who would like to speak for or against can certainly do that now.
Lovely. Can I move my amendment now?
Yes, sure can.
So just put it up on the screen. Thank you.
Okay. Just 1 second. If you'd like to read that, that looks like that's out there.
Perfect. Yeah, that's what looks like word for word. Okay, thank you, Lord Mayor. I really want to thank Councillor Lisa for bringing this topic up again so soon after the election. Now, I just want to apologise to everyone in the chamber. My arithmetic was not fantastic. When I was on my campaign, we found out that for 24-25, I said we spent $82,000. We spent $106,000 on elected members' travel. I'm not going to name anyone here, but in saying that, the city has already spent $23,138 on elected members' travel for this financial year, with $16,205 on a single councillor. Now, the other thing I want to point out that my motion looks at restricting premium business class travel.
Councillor, I'm just going to quickly jump in there because I do need to get a seconder for you. Would anyone like to second it? Councillor Pagan?
Thank you. All right. Thank you. You jumped the gun. Okay.
That was me.
Thanks.
I'll own that.
Okay, so as you are aware, if you ever travelled overseas, that an economy ticket versus a business class ticket, you can expect to pay five times or more compared to the economy ticket. Now, we have already heard from the community as well as other members from the council chamber how important it is as a capital city that we do get sent to these other events to represent the city. And I also like to reiterate that the mayor should be the one that appoints and sends a representative for a city to these events. I'm not saying no to international and domestic travel. I'm saying to travel as economy. This will save the council more money than what the original motion that Councillor Lisa has proposed. It also is it runs over a longer period. So for the remaining term of this term as well as next term into October 27. I would also like to reiterate that the money that we do save on a single council member's travel is another community event. It's another business grant. And I'd much rather that be spent on our community as opposed to an individual elected member's comfort.
That's it?
That's it.
All right, good. Thank you. Would you like to speak, Councillor Pagan?
Yes, I support Dr. Coe's motion. I do have a bit of a sidebar question, and I won't name any of the elected members.
Mate, it's all public record.
Table.
I don't have any problem with naming them.
No, just noticed a slight anomaly in the 25-26 year-to-date cost. There is one elected member who is listed as negative 165. Does that mean they've paid us 165 to travel?
I think I'd like to ask the same question because I did see that, yeah, I was listed as negative 154 in terms of travel expenses.
It might be because your reimbursement's in play. I've got no idea, but I'll pass that through to the CEO.
I think unless our governance manager could advise, I think we might need to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you.
That's all from me. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Through you, Lord Mayor. I will just say I actually asked this question myself when we were putting the register together, and I have a feeling, and I will revert to the CFO probably for any technical expertise that I'm not landing on, but it's my understanding that there was some funds which were costed to the previous financial year that potentially had to be sort of pulled back to that financial year. Sorry, CFO, if you could help me out here.
Thank you very much. Actually, I might talk to you about a job just a little later. That explanation is highly likely correct. What happens sometimes is, as we get to an end of a financial year, there is an estimation made to an accruing expense which we know belongs to a particular financial year but has yet to be invoiced. Sometimes the estimate might be out by a small sum. Whilst we can check further into that, the likelihood is the estimate was slightly higher than what the actual expense finally was determined to be.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lees would like to speak for or against?
I have a question, Lord Mayor. I would like some clarity. My understanding of the policy, the travel policy, is that elected members choose whether they go business or economy. So doesn't that make this motion redundant? Perhaps I can get some clarity from the administration, please.
Yeah, I think it's international, isn't it? So domestic is economy only, and international, I'm pretty sure it's up to the elected member, but I'm pretty sure the CEO knows better than I.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor. Elected members can nominate economy or business that currently exists in the current policy for international and interstate.
Oh, really?
Correct.
There you go. I didn't know that. Okay, that's fine. Councillor Gobbett.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Through you, it might be one for Councillor Coe to clarify, but as it appears on the screen, I'm just not entirely sure what the actual motion is deleting and replacing. The first part of point 3 doesn't really make sense. It says suspend for representational purposes on behalf of the city of Perth, effective immediately.
Is that right, Councillor?
So basically, sorry, yeah, no, you're right. I should have crossed that entire thing out. So just read the red bits, the red bits. Yeah, yep. I do apologise, Councillor Gobbett.
Good pickup and well explained.
Can we just replace the black writing with the red writing?
Yeah, delete the black writing. Okay, would anyone else like to speak for or against that motion? Councillor Marr.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to speak for Councillor Coe's motion. I think, as I previously mentioned, there are different ways for us to save, and this could ultimately be the way we go about doing it. I think it really is a privilege to be representing the city domestically or internationally, and so if our comfort is compromised a little, I think that'd be fine. Yep.
Anyone else like to speak for or against the motion? I like the intent of the motion. However, there are times when there is long haul flights and if it's a 4 to 8 hour flight, I don't think that really matters. But when you're looking at, I think, the long haul of 27 hours to somewhere like Houston, I think the consideration should be cost over the two. If the cost is triple or quadruple, the elected member would take that into consideration. If it's nominal, as sometimes can happen, I think that should be taken into consideration. So I like the intent of the motion. I think the policy is in place to cover all those bases already. And if the intent is moved forward where elected members use their common sense, I don't think that the motion personally needs to change the policy as it stands. However, that's just my opinion. Anyone else before we take it to a vote? Okay, thank you. Those for the amendment.
Can I close?
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
Councillor.
sorry. Yeah. Okay. So thank you, Lord Mayor. I take your points on board, but I still think we should treat electors, the people that vote for us, with some intelligence. Let's just make it simple and just say that I want the community of City of Perth to actually trust us that we will not spend their money inappropriately for business class travel. The other thing is, it's not me to judge who has flown business class in this chamber. I'm not naming anyone. If you've done it already, you've done it, okay? But from here moving forward to the next ordinary council election in October 27, let's all vote not to fly business class. And any travel that is required, that we should voluntarily elect economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, so those, we're ready to go to the vote. So those in favour for the amendment? So we've got, just a second, Pagan, Doshi, Councillor Raj Doshi, Councillor Lisa, and Councillor Victor Coe. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's passed. So that amendment has been passed. Thank you. Okay, so that amendment now gets included. Now we go back to the original motion with the amended. So those who almost feel like we need to read out the original motion, Councillor Lisa, but I'm pretty sure we all remember where we're at. So would anyone like to speak for or against the motion? Councillor Gobbett.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I recall some years ago at the City of Melville and City of Coburn where there were instances where council members voted to progressively take away some of the support functions of the mayor and eroded the effectiveness of that role and elected members over time. And from what I saw at City of Melville and Coburn is that all that did was just stoke division between council members there. It didn't seek to support the role of the mayor or enable council members to perform their functions. And so I think that we can learn from the lessons of those councils. If council were to support the notice of motion as it currently was, although I take from the motion that has just been moved that it actually retains travel now, but if we had moved as it was, that we wouldn't have been able to send an elected member to Alga to vote on the motions that had listed in the agenda this evening for Neighbours and for NBN. So I think having the ability to send elected members to support the city's interests interstate and internationally, I think is something that we should remain. It is indeed a function of the Local Government Act under sections 210, 28, and as I mentioned last week, under other laws such as City of Perth Act 8 and sections 8 and 10. And so I'm quite happy to support the retention of travel, although I appreciate the will of the council in this forum, but I will overall vote against the motion as it's written. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for or against the motion?
Just have a question.
Yeah.
Now that the motion has changed quite substantially,
We're voting on the whole motion now.
yes,
That's right.
yeah,
1, 2,
so
and
it's
3.
a question related to the change of intent. Could I have a question through you, Lord Mayor, but to the CEO? Which councillors of this current council have taken business class travel?
Through to the CEO.
Thank you very much for the question. If I could take that on notice, I don't have that information at hand.
We could do a show of hands. We all know who they are. Let's move on.
That to you as the presiding.
It's just interesting. I think that's where that question's come from, if I'm reading between the lines. Anyone else would like to speak for or against the motion? I will quickly weigh in on this one. I will speak against the motion. I don't share the underpinning reason for this motion. Blanket suspension of all representational travel is just not strategically sound. Perth is one of the most geographically isolated capital cities in the world. And if we don't show up, we don't get represented. Interstate and international engagement isn't discretionary in the casual sense. It's how a capital city builds on partnerships, it advocates for investment, it secures funding, and it protects its interests. Now, those who have been on international travel flying the flag, including, well, at least 2 of us up here, those who have flown the flag interstate for our city have been in rooms where we can see needles move and change happen through advocacy. If there are any concerns about transparency or business cases, then let's strengthen those processes. I get that. But switching off sends the wrong signal, not just internally, but externally to the city. So for me, strengthening processes, yes, that's reasonable and responsible, but pausing all travel while an investigation is underway as an underlining reason risks implying an outcome before any findings are made. Strong governance isn't about symbolic gestures. It's not why we put our hand up to do this. We unfortunately put ourselves in the crossroads for decisions sometimes that are a little hairy and we have to face. But it's about measured, proportionate decisions, and that underpins what we have to do. And for 0.01% of our budget to fly the flag for the most isolated capital city in the world, but one of the most important capital cities in an energy market, I think we're ranked 4th as the most important energy hub in the world. And we know how important we are to the Australian economy. And for us, that's part of our role, whether we like it or not, and 0.01% is the wrong reaction to other ways that we can look at finance saving and looking at tightening our belts. That's my opinion. Would anyone else like to speak for or against?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Coe.
Thank you. Thanks, Lord Mayor. I agree with your points, but my motion does not restrict people's travel, to be absolutely clear. You can still travel, but economy, not business class, okay? So just to be absolutely clear, this does not restrict any of the councillors, anyone that you appoint to an event to travel, okay? All right.
And I was talking to the whole motion. That's where a lot of those comments were directed to Councillor Coe. Okay, so I think we're up to Councillor Leeser. Would you like to close?
I'd like to speak.
Oh, sorry, I didn't say that. Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thanks. So I'm a bit conflicted with this because this was one of our first decisions, or at least one of my first decisions that I undertook as a newly elected member, and that was proposed to us under the former council led by Basil Zamplis, the Lord Mayor Basil Zamplis. And at that stage, we didn't have policy that defined one class of travel or another. So I made it very clear that I thought it was far more appropriate for council to utilise economy class, and I've taken that approach in all of my travel. However, in this particular circumstance, we're facing challenges as a city that require elected members to be able to be agile, and particularly the Lord Mayor. I note that the Lord Mayor is set to undertake international representation and engagement in March, and it doesn't sit well with me that we're considering extra burdens on elected members when we are trying to do the role that the community expects. We're trying to engage with stakeholders. We are advocating for the City of Perth, whether it be Canberra or elsewhere. And like the Lord Mayor said, we are the most isolated capital city in the world. We're either in forums or we're simply not. I faced that myself when I was travelling back in November. It's just come in and out. When I was travelling in November, and I made myself available to go to the Triple CLM Climate Change Forum, which would have otherwise been an opportunity not undertaken because it was only 1.5 days. But I saw that as an ability for myself to pay my own way to get there and then undertake an economy flight back. I did that in good faith because I wanted the city to advance its agenda and bring back the lessons from that particular forum. That forum was strategic. It was following on from COP30, where Australia had just won the presidency right to hold, or not to hold, but to co-host the COP31 forum around climate change that will be held in Turkey. Australia was then given, the right to hold the presidency and negotiating positions. And that really required that all of the capital cities got together to be able to ensure that we're on the forefront of being able to advocate and to be able to put our best foot forward. So yeah, I could have made a very simple decision to simply just go back home, take a rest for a few days, or I made the decision to step up. And I think all of us, in my experience, that have undertaken the very limited travel that we have done so only because we are stepping up. I'll just be very frank. It is much easier just to stay home. And whether it be economy, like I've chosen in my travel, or whether it be whether the Lord Mayor or others who need to take a 27-hour flight internationally need to consider what options they have. I believe that this is a council that can do that. They can do that responsibly. They can do that in a way that looks at the costs and doesn't, and looks at the costs in a way that they're factored in. And, this provides a very blunt instrument where, a business class flight these days can sometimes be very, very close to the cost of a premium economy flight. And I think we need that nuance and that flexibility to really provide value or being able to gain value for the city. So I'll just leave it at that. And for that reason, while I have advocated a responsible approach in terms of flying economy, and I've personally taken on that stage, and that's why I asked, because there are a number of people in this room who have availed themselves the opportunity of flying business class at the very large expense of tens of thousands of dollars. However, they themselves seem on the precipice of voting to restrict that on the basis that it's not appropriate for others who are now in the role of trying to advocate and do the best for the city. So I would simply just say that we should take this consideration seriously and do so in a way that is in good faith.
Very spoken, sorry mate. You can't speak twice. All right, look, thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and I will mention there's no beaches or pina coladas in Houston. Like you said, it's a long way to go for Houston. Certainly we can finish now. I don't think there's anyone that would like to speak any further apart from Councillor Leeser closing.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, I just wanted not to speak further, but just to get some clarity for the benefit of a new councillor, the audience and people watching at home, not foreshadowing a result here for the motion as a whole. Should this get voted down, does that mean that Dr. Coe's motion, alternate motion? No,
it's basically what we're voting on in a little while will be putting ratepayers first, suspension of council travel, with which will include the amendment. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Leeser.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have listened to the debate, but the argument for business as usual travel just doesn't hold water when the budget's under this much pressure. I really welcome Councillor Coe's motion. Anything that saves ratepayers money gets my vote. I agree that the Lord Mayor has responsibility to represent the city, but at this moment his responsibility is to the ratepayers more, especially now with the monitor watching, with the media watching, and with the ratepayers watching. Our effectiveness isn't measured in air miles. Council can maintain a digital presence, saving ratepayers money in the process. When I attended the World Energy Cities Partnership AGM at the former Lord Mayor's request, I felt the event could have easily been attended by Zoom, just as the Chinese contingent did on that occasion. Some may call these travel costs small in the scheme of a city budget, but every household and business in Perth knows that if you don't manage the cents, the dollars manage you. We are the servants of the ratepayers, not the beneficiaries of their hard-earned money. With about 3.7 million in unbudgeted costs already hitting the books, we have to start cutting somewhere. If we don't make these choices now, the only alternative is to ask ratepayers for more. This won't be the last cost-saving measure Council needs to consider, but it should be the first. I ask councillors to join me in putting ratepayers first and voting for this motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, so right from the top. So item 19.2, notice of motion, putting ratepayers first, suspension of council travel with Councillor Coe's amendment. For those in favour. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that is passed. And those against is... Have you got those? Okay, so that one is passed. We can... Yeah, it's the same split. Okay, now what we can do is move to... That goes here. We'll now move to item 11.2, which is the submission of draft station precincts improvement plan for the Claysbrook Station. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Leeser. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Gobbett. Councillor Leeser, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Sorry, I'm just trying to get to 11.2. Yep, got it. 11.2. Endorsing this submission isn't just about paperwork, it's about progress. Every time we engage with the state government on planning, we have a fresh chance to improve the area we live in. We are taking this opportunity to push for better design and better infrastructure. Our focus is simple: make sure every new plan makes our community a better place to be. I commend this motion to my fellow councillors.
Thank you. Councillor Gobbett, was it? Did you second it? Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Lord Mayor. On reading the report, I'm in agreement with the officer's comments under line 14 for the boundaries, existing docks, connectivity, community infrastructure and ongoing collaboration. This area across the city has significant potential to cater for future residential growth, as line item 5 in the report discusses. And that the state is moving ahead with this plan, I think, is a positive indicator of future life and vibrancy for the East Perth area. And overall, I think this should be seen as a good thing. The property review from some years back identified a series of car parks with development opportunities. And although it is a separate body of work for our team, I think a future redevelopment opportunity such as that for at-grade car parks around the city and the train stations in particular would make to identify the highest and best use should be supported. Broadly speaking, if there's one place where we should expect development and redevelopment, it's in the middle of a city. But development, as I think we should all be aware of, should be sensitive to the surrounding land uses and the existing businesses and residents in the East Perth area. So I want to thank City Farm for coming along last week. I've been to many events there, including our own community information sessions, art shows, pride events, and the cafe, which is where I met our CEO for the first time, incidentally. There is a delicate balance between the rigidity of structured growth versus allowing spaces like the organic, fun elements of our city to grow, and that happens over time. So take Elizabeth Quay, for example, very structured and almost had a clinical kind of manufactured feel when it first opened. And then other spaces around the city like 140 William above the train station, laneways, escalators, heritage buildings, beer gardens. So there's much that can go on into the composition of a city. Like with City Farm, it's very much one of those places in the city that gives our city character. And so my hope and expectation into the future is that there is a place for City Farm in the city. So I'm supportive of the city's position on this motion and commend it to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for or against the motion? No? Okay. In that case, Mover, would you like to close or are you happy to go to a vote?
No, nothing further, thank you.
All right, those for this motion, and that is passed unanimously. Well done. And responsible officer for that is Maria Cook, who's been busy tonight. She's got the next one as well. And I'm looking forward to going to Houston with you very shortly, Maria. I believe you're coming with me. So that's been resolved tonight by the sounds of it. Or has it? I'm not sure. I'm confused. Okay. We move to item 11.3, City of Perth motion for ALGA 2026, National Assembly. This item has been carried on block. We can move forward. Item 12, which is the Community Development Alliance reports. There are no reports. Item 13 is the Infrastructure and Operation Alliance reports. There are no reports. Item 14 is the Commercial Service Alliance report, which is 14.1. That has been carried on block. Item 14.2, City of Perth Parking Review. Councillor Maher has disclosed impartiality, but is not required to leave the chamber. I would need a mover for this item. Deputy Lord Mayor and Councillor Gobbett flinch, so he can second it. Thank you. Okay. Deputy Lord Mayor, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just to open by saying, obviously, this motion looks at our parking fees, and I look forward to the debate.
Seconder.
Thank you, thank you, Lord Mayor. This modest increase to parking rates represents a sound business decision for the City of Perth. These recommendations are one that I'm happy to see elevate the thinking out of the weeds and not focus on the rats and mice, and to apply a strategic lens to financial decision making. I mean, this is the type of decision that actually puts ratepayers first from a financial perspective. So this modest increase, I think, will see the rates burden for city services offset for ratepayers, reducing impacts to businesses and residents, aiming to keep the reliance on rates yield to an affordable amount. Additional revenue generated from the car parking business will mean that we remain competitive as a provider, and I think that businesses will see that turnover that they'll need to support more customers coming through their business. So with that, I'm happy to support.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pakin.
Patton.
Patton.
I would like to move an amendment to the motion, if I may.
We can do that. We'll just get it up on screen.
Lord Mayor, can I indicate that I would, if with the acceptance of the seconder, be amenable to incorporating the amendment within the motion?
Okay, you're okay with that?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I saw it earlier. I'm happy to incorporate it.
All right, that's fine. Would you like to speak to your amendment, please?
Yeah, so there's basically 3 points that I wanted to add to the motion. We've heard firsthand about the parking struggles down on the point. So I would like to propose that instead of taking away all free bays, we leave 20 1-hour free bays. So that's 20% of the existing parking for visitors to go to On The Point to stay up for 1 hour for free parking. I understand the administration has advised that the only way it can be done is through manual enforcement. We don't have a system, but it's quite similar to how we manage the 15-minute bays on the street, where it's a case of rangers just marking tyres. So that's the first point. The second point I'd like to add is I was quite surprised at the EMES earlier, it was a couple of months ago, where we were talking about Easy Park and the 11.5% that they charge on top of that. I understand the city's been absorbing that for some time. However, that is now going to be added onto the application when someone is using the app. So I would like to request the administration to look into a feasibility study and to see how we could develop our own in-house platform that could potentially be shared amongst other local governments, and to essentially save ratepayers and people parking money. And then the third part that I'd like to add to the motion is to advocate for the city to advocate to the state government for the cat buses, just to get more people down there with free transport options. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Would anyone like to speak for or against that amended motion? Councillor Leeser.
I have a question, please. Can I get some admin comment on these new amendments, please?
Sure can. I'll pop you through to the CEO.
If I could invite the General Manager Commercial to respond, please.
Excuse me. Thank you, CEO, and through the Lord Mayor. Okay, the first one. Whilst technically we can provide the 20 free bays, there is a request that we come back to an MES on the outcome of the free bay trial. What we're saying is that we won't be able to monitor those 20 free bays. We won't know the usage data. That's why we're saying there's only manual enforcement. So we actually can't achieve anything through the trial. As I say, we can't give you any data on that usage. Now, the second point regarding an EMS within 6 months, we can advise that a review of digital parking payment options is already in progress through the recent procurement activities associated with upgrades to the city's off-street boom-gated car park systems. As part of this work, the city has actively sought a white label application solution and broader digital payment technologies to ensure future systems align with industry standards, operational efficiency and customer experience expectations This is embedded in the current off-street car parking technology modernisation and optimisation programme for review and consideration once all the new car parking physical equipment has been replaced, commissioned and operational, which is forecast by the end of 2026. So as this matter is commercially sensitive in line with the current programme, the administration recommends that the review and consideration of options is presented to elected members and an elected member engagement session no later than April 2027. Thank you.
Okay, Steve, can I just get clarification on that first one? I'm understanding the intent of the councillor's request, which is to retain 20% or 20 bays to be free for the first hour, and I guess the intent is to support the business providers down there at the On Point, and we've heard in great detail how they feel about that. So when you're saying we won't be able to administer the data, we're still able to provide the bays, and that can still be infringed. Is that correct? I'm just trying to understand what you mean by...
Yeah, through the law, Matt, that is correct. As part of the amendment, number 1, it says that the council requests the CEO to prepare and present to an EMES a report on the outcome of the free bay trial by April 2027. And I think what I'm saying is we won't be able to provide that because there will be no data or usage.
All right, I understand that. No problem at all. Has anyone else got any further questions?
Can I just clarify?
Yeah,
Sorry,
sure.
because I had the original question.
Yeah.
So just if I'm understanding what was just said then, that point number 1 can't be done, point number 2 is already being done, and point number 3 we heard earlier is already being done. Is that correct?
Just a sec, I'll pop you back through to the GM. So point number 1, the councillor's asking if it can't be done.
That is correct.
Right. So we can't do this free parking for 20 bays.
Correct. And number 2 is already underway as part of our programme, which we've got every intent to bring that back to elected members in any event. And number 3 was discussed earlier.
Okay. Has anyone else got any further questions for or against? Or... Yeah.
Sorry, I don't understand. I can't.
You can when you close.
But then I can't seek further clarification.
Just a sec. We'll just close. Yep.
He's speaking on the amendment incorporated.
No, you can ask questions.
I can. Just following up from Councillor Lee's question. So you said that I understand that we can't provide a report on the 20 free bays, but we can still provide 20 free bays. Is that correct? Can we clarify that, please?
Through the law, Mayor, correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, Deputy Lord Mayor?
Yeah, I asked an earlier question on notice, how many 1-hour free bays are provided in Royal Street, East Perth, Hay Street, East Perth and Hay Street, West Perth? Could I just get clarity so we understand the quantum of 1-hour free bays available?
Okay, thank you. Through to the CEO.
And if I could ask the General Manager Commercial Services to respond to that, please.
Thank you, CEO. Through the Lord Mayor. Royal Street, East Perth, 61 bays. Hay Street, East Perth, 28 bays. Hay Street, West Perth, 115 bays.
Just a follow-up question. So I've got 119 bays on my sheet, but I'll take it as an approximate. I just want to know the basis of how we can provide 28 bays in Hay Street, East Perth, but we're being told that doing so in Point Fraser is not feasible. And and the follow-up question to that is, how can we make it feasible?
Okay, thank you. Through the CEO.
And to the General Manager Commercial for these questions. Thank you.
And apologies, it is 119 bays in Hay Street, West Perth. But in response to your question, where we provide on-street bays, providing a 1 hour free, this is where we provide support to a whole business community. What we do down at On The Point is we're providing assistance or support to a particular business, just a single business. No other businesses benefit from that.
Just a clarification on that one. There's a bunch of businesses down on the point. It's a single owner of On the Point. Just to clarify
I'll
that.
just clarify, I did have a particular question, not necessarily, I wasn't asking for input into debate. I was asking for how can we provide 20 free car bays, if that's council's intention, how can we do that as part of this motion?
Okay, back to the CEO through to the GM.
Apologies, I'm not quite now understanding your question.
I think I can help with that one. So the question is, if the will of council or the councillors are to provide 20 bays down there to assist that business community, how can we facilitate that? That's the question, I think. Is that correct, DLM?
Okay, well, if I'm now understanding the question correct, the mechanics of it, we'd simply mark 20 bays that would provide that 1 hour free. That would then be monitored by our compliance team, so they would be doing something similar to chalking the tyres, but there's no other way of policing that.
Okay, thank you.
And just the last question, so I'm just double checking that as amended by Councillor Patton, we've just heard that it is feasible and effective in terms of an amendment that can achieve that outcome.
I think that's what we just heard, yeah. Anyone else like to speak for or against? Councillor Bacon.
Yes, just like to speak for Councillor Patton's motion. There is a ratepayer who uses a very interesting word quite often, and it's conciliatory, and this is what I feel this is. This is a great compromise, so well done to you, Councillor Patton. It is, and thank you for championing on behalf of the business community, and you'll have my full support for this amended motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lee's okay to ask questions, I believe.
I would like to propose an amendment to remove everything that starts with that council requests the CEO and below, because we've heard already that it can't be done, it's already being done, the other two, so I think that's superfluous.
Just give us 1 second. Sounds reasonable to me, but I just want to double check that. And now can I have a seconder for that one? Yep, perfect. All right, good move. Thank you. Patton, why are you packing tonight? So effectively what we're doing, just to round it back so everyone can understand, we're amending the motion on this particular item for 20 bays to remain free. And I don't think anyone would like to speak any further. Is it a question? Formulate it in a question, then you can.
Just to confirm, we're now debating the amendment.
I stand corrected. So Councillor Leeser can speak as a mover and you can speak as a seconder.
I've already said what I was going to say. It's just that we've already heard that number 1 can't be done, number 2 is already being done, and number 3 is already being done. So it's superfluous to the motion.
Okay, Councillor.
Yeah, I'm happy with that as well. I wrote this morning before I had found out that the administration was already working on that, so that's why I'm happy to support that. I think at the end of the day, the most important thing is the free bays, 20 free bays for the business on the point, so I'm happy with that.
And the word of the day is conciliatory. Anyone else like to speak for or against the motion? Councillor Coe?
I'm sorry, Lord Mayor. I'm a bit slow. I'm just trying to catch up here. Can I just clarify the reason why we can't produce a report for this? Is it because we can't have a ranger stand there and actually see who gets out of the car and walks into On the Point? Is that what we're trying to say? But we can actually go up and chalk and find out exactly how long they've stayed in the bay. Is that correct?
I'll just pass you through to Steve. Sorry.
Through you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, that's more or less correct, because the people who are occupying that bay for an hour won't be pulling a ticket, or have no requirement to pull a ticket.
So no data.
It's actually pay by play, but they've no need to register their occupancy.
No data to collect. Councillor Doshi.
Just one question to the admin. I know that you said it's going to be a difficult thing to police, but if people do hog the bays or sit in their cars or drive around and quickly go back into the bay, are we going to be spending more money on administration to monitor that particular space in the city?
Thank you. I'll put that through to the CEO.
And to the GM commercial, thank you.
Thanks, CEO, through the Lord Mayor. No, there's not. We're not going to be. There's not going to be an extra sort of compliance down there. No.
Okay, let's get this show on the road if we could, ladies and gentlemen. No further.
I'd like to speak.
Okay, thank you, DLM. Away you go.
Thanks. I'll speak against the amendment because while I understand the intention, the amendment itself does actually align with what we've just heard from the administration. If they are already preparing reports and considerations, I think this actually helps assist and provide a basis for council to give a scope to the administration for the administration to understand what factors council is interested in particular with the city-controlled digital parking platform proposal. But then also, and this is where I struggle a little bit, we heard very clearly from the deputation and the public questions from the proponents and, you know, they've struggled and they've said that they haven't had modelling, that they haven't had consultation, but they are desperately trying to get some pathway to assist that area that they look after. And one of those areas is around the PTA and the extension of the central area CAT bus service. And I feel like point 3, yes, we are already advocating, but this allows council to again give more scope and be in alignment with what the administration is doing and provide clarity to the public. And most importantly, what we said before about conciliatory. Conciliatory also means listening and reflecting back. And I think removing these sections as an amendment really fails in our duty when it comes to providing that reflection and that listening component. So I would actually strongly urge that we retain these amendments. It may not be fully required if the administration is doing all this work, but it does provide a focus and it provides a scope, and it shows that council and the administration are working in alignment step by step to deliver for the City of Perth residents.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Leeser, I think you were going to speak next.
Wrap up.
Yeah, if you could wrap up, please.
Okay, thank you. All I really want to say is I'm not in favour of double handling, extra admin. These 3 items that we are removing seems to be easy enough to just not do because we're already doing 2 of them and the first one can't be done. And I do hope that one of or a couple of the designated 20 parking bays that are free could be ACROD bays.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's put that amendment to the vote, ladies and gentlemen. Those in favour for the amendment and those against. So that's passed with Councillor, the Deputy Lord Mayor against that one, if we can just note that. Okay, so the amendment has been passed. So now we go back to the motion.
This is essentially what it is now, just this top half.
Okay, so it's just the top half, as you can see on your screens, councillors. Would anyone like to speak for or against the motion as it reads? No? Okay.
Just to ask a question there, we just heard from Councillor Leeser in terms of ACROD bays. What is the statutory duty in terms of the amount of ACROD bays that need to be assigned for a space like this?
Okay, I'll just pop that through to the CEO.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. We may need to take on notice. Yes, thank you very much. We'll take that on notice.
But definitely a good question. Okay, where are we at? So let's put that motion to a vote. So those... So
I can close?
Yeah, you can close to the original.
Thanks. So while we've heard, and I was welcoming this debate around our parking, because it is a contentious issue. It's an issue that we are always trying to find the right balance and the right approach. I hope even with the amendment that has just carried, that we are still sending a signal to businesses on the point that this is a council that is willing and wanting to do the right thing, and it's a council that wants to find the right pathways. I'm hoping that I look forward to seeing what the administration prepares in terms of reports around an in-house solution, and I very much look forward to seeing where our advocacy with a central area transit service that connects what we have already in terms of our CAT bus services, where we see West Perth being serviced by 4 CAT buses, and we see East Perth being serviced by 2. In the ideal world, we would see the purple or green CAT being extended further into East Perth, maybe down Riverside Drive and onto the point, and that would provide a real connection for that area with the rest of the city. So thank you.
Okay, let's put that one to a vote. Those in favour? There we go. Problem solved. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move now on to item 14.3, which is the Perth Bowling and Recreation Club lease proposal. Councillor Leeser has disclosed impartiality. He's not required to leave the chamber. I'm not required to leave the chamber with an impartiality. Councillor Paikin and Councillor Gobbett both have proximities, and they will be removed from the chamber. Okay, would someone like to move this motion, please? Councillor Leeser, thank you. A seconder, please. Councillor Doshi, thank you. Councillor Leeser, could you please speak to the motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Perth Bowling Club is on a roll. Since Vicky Raniszewski joined the management committee, it's showing real momentum with now 656 members. And I'm told 55% of them are from within the city. That's great. Oh, sorry, I'm being corrected from the audience.
Kick him out.
Renewing this lease provides the stability we need to turn that momentum into a long-term plan. I really look forward to seeing the activation plan that serves the bowling community while opening the doors for all our residents. This is about making sure a local asset delivers for the whole neighbourhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Doshi, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I also support this bowling club lease. This ensures a valued community facility continues to provide recreational, social interaction and events that enhance the precinct and vitality for that amenity. The co-contribution model is a responsible approach, ensuring the club invests in its own facilities while the city supports sustainable infrastructure without overburdening ratepayers. The activation clause ensures accountability with reporting on participation and initiatives, demonstrating tangible community benefit. The break clause provides flexibility for future redevelopment under the 2 Plain Street Master Plan, aligning with the strategic planning by the city. I also equally want to thank you to Vicky for her integral part in driving this community engagement, exceeding over 700 members in such a short space of time. The social inclusion, seeing the people there of all different ages connecting under the same space, ensuring local residents can participate and benefit from this facility has been wonderful to see. This lease secures a sustainable, vibrant, community-focused outcome, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for or against the motion? No, let's put that to the vote. Those in favour? That one has been passed. Thank you. We'll now move on to 15.1 monthly financial statements while we'll go and get our councillors. Councillor Paikin is just on the phone. So we'll give him a minute, but what we'll do in the meantime, because these have been passed on block, we can keep moving. So 15.1 is the monthly financial statements for November 2025, passed on block. 15.2 is the schedule of accounts paid November 2025, passed on block. 15.3, monthly financial statements 2025, passed on block. 15.4, schedule of accounts paid for December 2025, passed on block. We now move to item 15.5, which is the mid-year statutory budget review. There is no disclosures of interest. Can I please have a mover for this motion, please? Councillor Gobbett, and a seconder. Councillor Coe. Councillor Gobbett, did you want to speak to the motion? No, thank you. Councillor Coe, did you want to speak to the motion?
Nothing else to add, but this is sort of the first part. Okay.
No, go on, mate. I'm joking.
The first part of the year is usually where this budget gets negotiated. So I just want to say I commit this to council, and let's just try and get over the line.
No, very well said. Very well said. Okay, so if anyone else would like to speak for or against the motion, let's put that one to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you. That one is passed. We now move to item 15.6, which is the WACA request for rates concession. Councillor Lisa has disclosed impartiality. I've got an impartiality, and Councillor Doshi has an impartiality. We're not required to leave the chamber. Can I have a mover, please? Deputy Lord Mayor and Councillor Gobbett flinched. Deputy Lord Mayor, did you want to speak to this item?
So, Lord Mayor and councillors, I don't think this is a debate whether we are saying whether we support the WACA, because I believe that we all do. It's about how we support them in a way that is fair, disciplined, and keeps this decision about rates in chamber and keeps things on track rather than risk it being forfeited by a ministerial discretion. I am foreshadowing that I've got an amendment that I'll move next, but my amendment, if I...
Mate, unfortunately the way it works, if you've spoken on the amendment, you've just missed the bus. Okay. So you can keep speaking to it though. Yep, so effectively you can't amend it because you've spoken to the primary motion. That's just the way it works.
Yep.
Someone else can amend it, but you can't.
Happy to see if someone else wants to take up that amendment.
Okay.
I'll finish by saying, so we need to recognise that the WACA is transitioning into a new operating model. It needs certainty, but we as a council need certainty. We need certainty that the previous history of ministerial exemptions and discretion is put back onto us, where we ourselves are keeping things in a way that is by agreement and done in a conciliatory and collaborative way. This is about transitional support. It's about a clear pathway to full responsibility for the WACA, full responsibility to ratepayers and the people of Perth.
Okay, thank you. Seconder, did you want to speak to the motion?
And I reserve my right, thank you.
All right. Councillor, I'll give your amendment a chance to be heard and voted on. So if we can pull that up on screen, and
I'll second that. Yeah.
You'll second it. I don't necessarily need to speak to it, do I? No, I don't need to speak to it. If you'd like to speak to that amendment, feel free. You can explain it.
Thanks. The seconder might want to speak before me, but... Okay, then I'll speak in favour of the amendment being moved. So the amendment is quite simple. It simply provides a 100% concession in the first year, and that first year is the one that we're already 2/3 the way through. This is a critical reopening and transition year, and then for that basis, that is the reason why I am proposing that. It then steps down in a clear and structured pathway as recommended by the administration, which is 75%, 50% and 25%, and then a full return to full commercial rates from 2029, 2030, which is simply a delay of 1 year. And that 1 year, as I said, is the year that the financial year that we're already under, one that we're already 2/3 the way through. I'm suggesting that because we're being asked, we were originally asked for a long-term exemption, but very quickly, if we history tells us that if we don't become responsive and engage, these decisions can very quickly become ministerial decisions rather than council decisions. So this sets a transparent, time-limited framework that keeps control where it belongs within this elected council. It also sends two very important signals: that we recognise that the WACA is transitioning to a new operating model and it deserves this initial year of certainty. And secondly, it recognises that in the long term, freehold commercial land ultimately needs to contribute like everyone else. This is balanced, it's fair, and it has a progressive approach and most importantly, an end date for that support. We've already invested significantly as a city in the redevelopment of that precinct, including the funding towards a swimming pool at the WACA. The community expects that investment to translate into activity, access and vibrancy. Under this amendment, we also request the CEO work with the WACA on suitable community benefits and appropriate acknowledgement of the city's engagement and contribution. So this is about transitional support with a clear pathway back to full responsibility. And I hope that the council seeks this amendment as a way forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So to clarify in my mind, before, effectively what you're saying is for the rest of this financial year, which is 4 or 5 months, 4 months, basically you're saying to then move the original what we were proposing, which is 75%, 50% and 25% to begin at the start of this financial year in July. That's correct? Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeser.
I have a question, please, Lord Mayor. I know this amendment only came in today, just a few hours ago. Has the admin had any time to look at it, and do they have any comment on this, please?
Good question, thank you. Through the CEO.
I haven't had an opportunity. However, I might ask the CFO if he has had a chance to reflect on the amendment.
Thank you. Through the chair, we did get the opportunity to consider this earlier today. We feel that the difference in this concessional arrangement would effectively mean that under the original proposal we were potentially around about $350,000 in concession. This would probably take it in total to $570,000 concession. The thing that I think is well worth mentioning though, if this arrangement can transition the city to a point where the WACA is fully contributing a commercial rates premise, that is a satisfactory outcome.
Okay, thank you, CFO. Can I just quickly ask a question there because that's a large chunk of money. So that's $220,000. Is that because of this year would then be effectively not charged? Is that right?
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, essentially what that would mean is the rate notice that was levied in July 25 should council approve this arrangement, that amount would then be credited back against. So the WACA would effectively have paid or be levied $0 for the 25-26 financial year.
So roughly what will they charge for the year in 2025? Sorry, I'm sorry for the questions. I know you might not have them.
No, that's okay. The 25-26 year in round numbers was $215,000.
So that $215,000 is after the 75% deduction.
No, the $215,000 was originally levied before any of this matter had been raised. So they were levied at full commercial rate for the first time in the 25-26 year. This proposal would see that year zeroed, and then the 75, 50, 25% progress over the following years. It would mean that the city would reach a position where the WACA was being levied full commercial rates 1 year later than was previously proposed.
Right, okay. My head hurts, but that's okay. So effectively they're getting charged for this year $220,000. That's the full amount, or is it 75%? of that? I'm just trying to understand.
That's okay. So for the 25-26 financial year, the one we are currently in, the rates notice has already been levied for $215,000. Should this be supported by council, that amount will become zero for the 25-26 year. Then in the subsequent years, it would be whatever the levied rate is, less the 75%, then 50%, then 25%, and in the 29-30 year, it would be 100% of whatever that commercial rate is at that time.
Okay, all right. Still confused, but I trust you. Anyone else like to have a question for or against?
Can I speak for the motion?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just thinking back to 5 years ago when we were proposed with the WACA pool, and the WACA has been slugged with requests from us, as well as us putting out the pool. It's basically been a lot has been asked of the WACA, and yes, the amount is actually quite a large amount, but I think as a council we should be stepping up. I joke that the WACA is the gift that keeps on giving, but it's also the story that never bloody ends. So I'm hoping that this is a bit of an olive branch, that we're actually telling the WACA we are listening. We are actually offering another concession for this financial year, but hopefully your new model will kick in and we'll be able to bring you up to everyone else's rates.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doshi.
So I don't support this motion because the WACA, yes, we understand that the last 5 years have been difficult for most businesses everywhere, not just where the WACA sits. They've had 10 years of no rates through the minister, and that's a respectable amount of time. We have Gloucester Park, which is just across the road, and they are a very small organisation with very little money working off non-profit. If we set that precedence that we can say, well, yeah, we'll not, they won't pay rates, then we're going to get more people knocking on our door. Where do we stop? We've already got ratepayers not happy with the WACA, with the current proposal for 75 and the reduction from year 1 to year 3. If we encourage 100% levied amounts, then where do we stop?
Okay, yeah, fair question. Just a quick question while I'm thinking about it. What do we charge in rates for the bowling club?
Thank you. Through the chair, what I can advise is that there is no other recreational sporting facility within the confines of the city of Perth who does not pay rates or who gets a concession.
Right. So how much do they pay? That was the question, I'm sorry.
The bowling club, I can't pull the figure off the top of my head, but if it gives you anything to benchmark against, Gloucester Park, which is immediately adjacent to the WACA, pays just over $30,000 a year.
Okay, so Gloucester Park pay 30K. We don't know what the bowling club pays, and the WACA's paying about 220K. Is that right?
Just to clarify, is the bowling club rateable?
I'm only just trying to fit all this in, sorry. Just before I do, but we're going to clarify. So the WACA's 220, the bowling club, we're not sure, and the Gloucester Park's 30K.
Sorry, thanks. Through the chair, I can probably clarify that now. Just a little bit later at night. My mind's not quite as sharp as usual. The bowling club is actually our facility. It's on a lease, so they're not paying any rates.
Right. Okay. All right. All right. That's good. All right. Sorry. Next question. Was it you, Councillor Leeser? Anyone for or against the motion? Okay. Great. Okay. Let's put the amendment to the vote. For those in favour of the amendment, raise your hand. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's right. And those against. So if we just pop that through as Councillor Ma, Councillor Bacon, Councillor Doshi, and we've got one more on there, which is Councillor Leeser. Okay, so that's fine. That's great. The amendment has not passed. So now we go back to the original motion. Would anyone like to speak for or against the original motion?
Yes, Lord Mayor, I'd like to speak for the motion, please. I think we'd all agree that the WACA is an iconic institution, and Council has already demonstrated strong support through a $25 million capital contribution and more than a decade of ministerial rate exemptions. What's proposed tonight is not a withdrawal of support, but it's a fair and reasonable transition. The WACA holds freehold land. It receives no statutory exemption, and there are no comparable sporting organisations in the city that are fully exempt from rates. With the redevelopment now complete, there's new revenue streams coming online, including the function and event hire, office spaces, medical and fitness facilities. There is a reasonable expectation of increased financial capacity. And speaking to one of the best sporting journos in Perth today, they have also advised that the anticipated sale of the Perth Scorchers by Cricket Australia is likely to deliver a dividend benefit to the WACA organisation. So this phased concession strikes the right balance. It provides short-term support, it protects our ratepayers, and it ensures that the WACA contributes fairly to the city services it relies on. It's measured, transparent, and consistent with good governance, and that's why I support it. Thank you.
Why didn't you tell us that earlier? Would have bought shares. Okay, would anyone else like to speak for or against this motion? Let's put that to a vote. Those in favour?
I'd like to close.
Oh, sorry, close. Sorry, Councillor.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I will close by saying that I recognise that there was an attempt there from Council to provide a more generous pathway, and I think it's important for us to learn the lessons of these 10 years worth of exemptions. Let's see what the Minister does, but I think not without preempting, I hope that our partnership and our future with one of our largest ratepayers is a constructive one. So I'll be voting in favour.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's put that to the vote. Those in favour? And that has passed and carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll move now to item 16, which is the Engagement and Activation Alliance Report. 16.1, Heritage Conservation Grants. Councillor Lisa has a proximity and is required to leave the chamber. I have a proximity and I am required to leave the chamber. Councillor Ma has disclosed impartiality. Councillor Gonsalves an impartiality, and Councillor Gobbett has an impartiality. We only have to leave if there's questions, or do we leave anyway? All right, I've got to leave. So, Deputy Lord Mayor, can you please take control of proceedings?
Are you going to ask if there are any questions first?
I can't. But I know someone who can.
So now we'll formally move to item 16.1, Heritage Conservation Grants 2025-26, and I'll open by asking if there is a mover. And Councillor Gobbett, and is there a seconder? Councillor Ma. And I'll ask if the mover would like to speak.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Just briefly, protecting our heritage is something that I'm quite proud to have as a feature ongoing in this chamber, and it's pleasing to see that so many of our local landowners have chosen to take up the opportunity to apply for the Heritage Conservation Grants in the 25-26 round, and look forward to seeing these buildings retained for future generations to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. And would the seconder like to speak?
Yeah, I would also like to echo what Councillor Gobbett just said. I think heritage is definitely an important part of our history and tapestry. So very proud to be supporting the Heritage Conservation Grants.
Thanks. And there was a comment there around questions. Would any councillors like to ask any questions? Okay, then we'll go to debate for and against. Are there any councillors for and against? We'll go to move to close. Will the mover like to close?
No, thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? And all those against? That's carried unanimously. So I declare the motion carried. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, DLM. We now move to 16.2, which is the Business Relocation Grant for the Indigenous Professional Services. Can I please have a mover for this on block? Sorry, thank you. Item 16.3 is a major leveraging opportunity for 2026 lightscapes. Councillor Paikin has impartiality. Councillor Gobbett and the Deputy Lord Mayor both have impartialities, not required to leave the chamber. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Doshi. And a seconder, Councillor Leeser. Councillor Doshi, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just really want to talk about the fact that this it's great because Lightscape is still going since 2023, so that's a good start. It directly aligns with our event strategy for 26 to 28, and it's clear that our role as a city is to be a catalyst and not a primary subsidy of the actual event. So Lightscape's transition from activation to being an established event in Kings Park in the middle of winter has been fantastic, and it just shows what the city can do with ideas, with great ideas. The city's early investment has delivered exactly what it intended. Our early investment has worked. Lightscape is now embedded in that winter calendar with over 415 attendees since 2023. We've got strong brand awareness as a result of it, and every year the results are good and the survey feedback. And this is exactly what we want for our strategy. So it's a win-win. Lightscape is no longer reliant on us as the primary supporters. Delivered by the Botanical Gardens and significant private sector backing like Sony Music in previous years, Hancock prospecting last year, and presentations of the iconic city, the Kings Park Gardens at night is a premier destination. I think we've shown responsible management in limiting the funds this time round. And as councillors, we must ensure that major event funding remains available to new and emerging opportunities. So funding is drawn from major event activations and it continues higher funding for maturer events. Supporting partner level preserves balance and flexibility. So I support this motion and I think that they do a fantastic job, Sue and her team down at Kings Park, and it's a great asset to our city each year. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconder, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. We're keeping the City of Light shining bright all year round. Lightscape is a powerhouse for our winter economy. Sponsoring the 2026 season ensures Perth remains a premier destination year-round and, as Councillor Doshi said, it draws hundreds of thousands of visitors during the quieter months. I really support this program. I've been watching it since the beginning and I commend this motion to my fellow councillors. Thank you.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to speak for or against the motion? No, that's fantastic. Councillor Doshi, would you like to close?
No, I'm happy, thank you.
All right, let's put that one to the vote then. Very well spoken. Let's, those in favour? One straightforward, all four, thank you. I'm just going to quickly do a show of hands around the building, just to give an idea if anyone wants a comfort break, if we wanted to have a 5-minute adjournment.
I would like 5 minutes if possible, or even 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. And I think the officers who might be a bit shy as well, and there's... You know, let's take 5 minutes. There's some food out there as well, guys. You can grab some fruit or something, or some chicken. So if that's okay, we can just take a adjournment. For those in, do I need to put that as a motion? Yeah. So I just need a seconder to that motion, please. Councillor Ma, there we go. Someone definitely wants to go and check her phone. That's code for go to the door. Let's put that to a vote. All right, have a quick 5-minute break, guys. Please. Welcome back to our council meeting. I'm going to now move to item 16.4, which is the World Police and Fire Games variation to our sponsorship agreement. Councillor Coe has disclosed a proximity and he's already left the chamber. Can I have a mover for this item, please? Councillor Leeser, and a seconder, Deputy Lord Mayor. Councillor Leeser, would you like to speak to this motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We're making sure this sponsorship delivers exactly what it promised, a win for Perth. By refining these terms now, we are safeguarding our investment while maintaining a world-class experience for the thousands of athletes and visitors heading to Perth. This is about being agile and ensuring the agreement remains fit for purpose as we move closer to the Games. I look forward to seeing our first responders from across the globe compete on our world-class stage in Perth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Lord Mayor, would you like to speak?
Thanks. Just to concur with the comments there from Councillor Leeser, I think this is an important milestone in this particular process, but it's also an important signal to the international community that this is a city that is open for events. It's a city that has an open process to consider events that have high impact, that deliver for visitors, deliver for our residents, and deliver for everyone in the city of Perth. I think when it comes to supporting strategic events, this is a city that wants to step up. I look forward to the future where the city will consider future processes around the World Gay Games and other major sporting events and events that bring impact to the city.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for or against this motion? No, I think this one's a good one. Let's put that motion to vote. Those in favour? And that one is carried without objection. Item 16.5 has been passed on block. Oh, okay, sorry. In that case, we'll need to get Councillor Coe back in. Welcome back, Councillor Coe. We now move to item 16.5, which is the City of Perth motion for ALGA 2026, which is the National General Assembly, delivering equitable NBN fibre upgrade pathway for multi-dwelling units. Can I have a mover for that motion? Okay, Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Coe to second. Mover, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. So across the City of Perth today, your internet quality depends on your dwelling type. Households connected to fibre to the node, fibre to the curb, are being upgraded to under the national transition led by the NBN to fibre to the premises. But apartment buildings, and many that are as recent as 2015, have no defined planned pathway to fibre to the premises because they are stuck under the old copper system of fibre to the basement. In our city, that affects hundreds of buildings across the CBD, East Perth, West Perth and Northbridge. These residents are limited to around 100 megabit download, while neighbouring premises under fibre to the premises can access up to 2 gigabit on full fibre. That's not a marginal difference. That's a 20 times increase, and that is a structural inequity. The NBN target was around 90% of the fixed lines network would be capable of near gigabit speeds by the end of 2025. And they are incredibly on that target, but many multi-dwelling units are not included in that pathway. The NBN provided that update in a December report, and as a city, it's important for us to advocate and to remind the NBN and the federal government that this is a city where we support density, innovation and economic participation. We cannot ignore the fact that we have a significant portion of our residents that are effectively locked into old copper legacy infrastructure with no planned processes for the NBN to undertake. This motion does 3 practical things. It calls on the Australian Government to work with the NBN Co to establish and publish a funded national pathway to upgrade multi-dwelling units to full fibre. Secondly, it asks that the high-density housing be prioritised in any future rollout planning, recognising that capital cities are disproportionately affected. Thirdly, it seeks practical funding and delivery mechanisms from the NBN and federal government to deal with additional complexity of retrofitting older strata buildings. And most importantly, to remember, this is solely and primarily an advocacy motion. We are simply asking the National General Assembly, through the Australian Local Government Association, to take this position forward in Canberra and beyond. On our own, we can always highlight the issue, but it's through ALGA that we can elevate it nationally. This is about ensuring that local government speaks with one voice to close a clear policy gap that the NBN themselves admit, and the NBN themselves have asked for advice and sought partnerships, because it disproportionately affects our capital cities like our own, and it's important for the City of Perth to be seen to take the lead. It also positions local governments as part of the solution, helping to streamline pathways forward rather than just standing back. If Perth is serious about being a competitive, connected capital city, then residents in apartments cannot be left behind while the rest of Australia's internet network transitions to full fibre. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seconder, would you like to speak to the motion?
I'd love to speak, Lord Mayor. Thank you so much. And I want to commend the Deputy Lord Mayor for bringing this motion to the council chambers, as well as taking it to ALGA this year. I'd like to start off by saying that this is going to be a very popular policy. It's what helped Kevin Rudd win the 2007 election. And unfortunately, because of successive governments, the policy has changed from fibre to the premises to a mixed copper network. And now that a Labor federal government is back in power, we have given NBN the resources to do it. But to be honest, NBN does not know the apartment buildings as well, particularly over here in Perth. And as a council, we should position ourselves to help the NBN as much as we can. Even though it's not our responsibility, we should be playing our part to provide this essential internet service. It is considered essential to the Human Rights Commission. I'd like to also say that whatever the city can do, and any plans or underground sort of maps, plans, infrastructure that we should provide to NBN will assist. We should ask the council to assist with that. Thank you.
Okay, and it's scary to think that Kevin 07 was 18 years ago. Like, that is scary when you think about it. And I thought it was because he could speak Mandarin, not to do with the NBN. I think Councillor Doshi, would you like to speak for or against the motion?
I would like to speak against this motion. So it was interesting. I spent a lot of time trying to understand it. So what I did, as most people do in this day and age, is put it into an AI platform and try and get AI to explain what it is. So I did, and this is the response I got. I notice your advice states first that there is no direct financial cost to the city, then refers to some staff time and other indirect costs, and finally notes that in some cases, strata owners may face shared costs depending on the policy. Can you clarify exactly what the city's financial exposure, if this is a motion to proceed? Are there any costs or not? This is not a clear answer. So that was quite interesting because I thought I wasn't understanding it, but clearly AI couldn't understand it either. And I further my conversation against this motion because I note that the report outlines potential benefits for ratepayers, including improved digital equity and network reliability. However, the advice is entirely conditional. It depends on ALGA's acceptance, an NBN rollout, and future government policy. In other words, the report doesn't actually guarantee any benefit to the ratepayer. It simply speculates on what might happen. Can the administration clarify what certainty do ratepayers have if this motion is delivered and what tangible outcomes may come of it?
Okay, thank you. Through to the CEO.
And if I could invite the General Manager, Events and Activation to respond, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for the question. As the Deputy Lord Mayor stated in his address, this is a motion for advocacy. So at this stage, there would be a significant amount of stage gates for a motion like this to go through. So a little bit difficult for anyone to predict, I guess, the success and the benefits back to the ratepayers until it kind of goes through those business cases and stage gates through ALGA and then on to NBN if it does get up.
Okay, and a follow-up is, do we really need, at this moment in time where we are with the inquiry and an inspector and a monitor in-house, to extend additional work to the administration team, already working quite thinly and under great pressure, costing the ratepayer money, again, a study, an inquiry, and also I'm curious as to if this does pass, is the DLM planning to go and talk about this at the conference? And travel there?
Thank you. Through to the CEO.
I might answer those questions. Thank you very much. Through the Lord Mayor. So from the first perspective, thank you very much, Councillor, for recognising the impact on resourcing and strains that the city is currently experiencing, which have been discussed in this chamber before. I think to Councillor Gobbett's point, as he has made previously around staying in your lane, the NBN framework is possibly not immediately apparent as to how a local government in the City of Perth may well be impacted or benefit necessarily. That's a matter, obviously, for all of your deliberations now. And was there one more question?
Point of order, Lord Mayor, under Standing Order 10.4, to clarify my intent about staying in one's lane, that was whether or not one level of government would deliver the functions of another level of government, not that we would go beyond a piece of advocacy, which is in fact our responsible level at local government. So I didn't want my motives impugned in that sense by the CEO. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just give me 1 second to see if there's anything I need to tidy off on this end.
My statement was out of order. That's your...
Yeah, I think I don't think the CEO meant it to be out of order, but what I'll do is I'll just get the CEO to be able to just retrace those steps and keep us on an even keel.
Thank you. Apologies if I have in any way impugned you, Councillor. I'm really just suggesting that it might not be as obvious to me, and that could be more about my lack of true appreciation of elements of local government, and I'm not aware of how, well, in my 5 years here, I haven't been involved in any NBN discussions, but that's not to say it doesn't happen in other local governments. And from that, I apologise if I have offended anyone in this room through my statement.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Doshi?
So yes, my last question was, if this motion is to go up, is the Deputy Lord Mayor planning to travel to talk to this motion at the ALGA conference, and will he be paying for his travel like last time?
Just for clarification, because I'm a bit confused about that, because I'm not sure if we make that decision at this stage. We have a request for people who are interested to go to ALGA. I think that's the process we went through last time.
Yeah, so my question is just that if this is the Deputy Lord Mayor's motion and he is passionate about it and has spent time on it, then is it his intention to go and represent the city with the motion at the conference?
And my answer to that is it isn't his decision. The decision comes back to the Lord Mayor to make that decision on who will go, and that will be to do with a whole range of different things that will go into that consideration.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Sorry, a point of order there. It's not my motion. It's a advocacy piece sent to the administration that they themselves have.
Just before you do, mate, just what point of order is that? I've just got to get that clarified. Okay. So do we have to put points on those?
Well, he has to, if he's stating that the standing order has been breached, he needs to provide the clause.
10.4.
All right. So we'll just check that. Sorry, what was that one? 10.4.
10.4.
All right. Thank you.
And just to clarify that the administration asked for feedback on possible advocacy positions, and that is what has happened. I note that Councillor Leeser has also participated in that process, but at no stage has anyone accused or framed Councillor Leeser as moving a motion. What is happening right now is a motion is being considered, or sorry, a staff recommendation is being considered.
So let's clarify that this isn't a point of order now. They are making a personal explanation under the standing orders.
Mm-hmm.
So there really is no point of order. They're simply making a personal explanation. So
Okay, so it's explained to me that there is no point of order. The Deputy Lord Mayor is making a personal explanation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Lord Mayor, may I? I'll rephrase my question maybe.
I've already answered the question.
Well, he
effectively.
hasn't actually answered the question. No, he has not.
About whether he's intending to go?
No. My question is, the NBN conversation commenced out of a ALGA conference, something that the administration sent. Did the Deputy Lord Mayor bring the NBN conversation up, or is he saying that the administration suggested the motion? Or did he suggest the motion? Because it's not clear, like his statement.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Lord Mayor, do you have anything to add to that?
I think the administration could answer that very easily, which is that they asked for potential advocacy motions, and certain councillors, myself included, and Councillor Lisa participated in that.
Okay, thank you.
That's not the answer. Did you choose NBN as the item you wanted to discuss, like Councillor Lisa discussed neighbours? That is my question. Yes or no?
Sorry, Lord Mayor, I'm not sure if councillors are here to interrogate or question each other. I think that we're here to consider items on the agenda.
Yeah, look, I think just for the purpose of moving the meeting forward, ultimately we've got a motion that will go to ELGA. The way these motions are put and the way it is delivered to ELGA is something that will happen as a subsequence to how we vote. So if we can just keep the decisions and I guess the positions for or against, and be able to move forward, because this isn't a big item to lose a lot of time on. Has anyone else got anything they would like to speak for or against this motion? Councillor Maher.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So to me, obviously coming in as a newly elected member, having no idea about ALGA, and just doing a little bit of research. So the first thing that pops up is ALGA serves as a peak national body representing over 500 councils, acting as a united voice to influence federal policy and securing sustainable funding. So it's the primary voice for local government, ensuring their role is recognised and resourced by the federal government. So to me, an ALGA motion is meant to be ambitious. And so I think Deputy Lord Mayor and Councillors Leeser's motions are good ideas. And I think, talking about our resource constraints, I think that's definitely something we should consider. But this is obviously an advocacy piece. So to be a little bit more ambitious and a little bit more forward-looking in the long run, I think, I would like to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paikin.
I'll quickly speak in support of this motion, and thank you to the Deputy Lord Mayor for his advocacy here. I think it might be a little bit disingenuous to, on one hand, ban travel because we can do things over Zoom or online, but at the same time restrict people's abilities to upgrade their internet. So I'm fully in support of this. I'm fully in support of any technology that allows me to download memes and cat videos at a quicker rate. So full support from Councillor Paikin.
Thank you. Memes. Okay, Councillor Govitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And speaking in favour of the motion, what I would put into context from having been to the ALGA National General Assembly twice is that there are indeed a range of motions. They're split into many categories, many of which do not fall in the remit of local government in Western Australia or any other state, but sometimes they do fall within the remit where housing is normally the provision of regional authorities. Which is quite often the case for visiting services such as doctors and teachers in the regions. So it can very often be the case that there are issues that affect regional councils that metropolitan councils are debating on. In this instance, fibre upgrades to multi-dwelling units is definitely going to be an issue that will focus very squarely on capital city environments, dense inner city environments at the very least, or broader metropolitan areas across our nation. Handful of cities, handful of regional cities, but this is nonetheless an important issue. Other issues that I've seen come up, and the Deputy Lord Mayor spoke quite passionately about an airport in Western Sydney. And I remember, and Deputy Lord Mayor, correct me on the exact words that you used, but it was reminding people in the eastern states that there are local governments in the west as well. And remembering that there are issues that affect different local governments in different states, in different cities, in different parts of our regions. This is an issue that after I received the circular from ALGA, being on their mailing list now, sent to the city's administration and requested some thought be put into whether or not there were motions that could be suggested for this year. Last year, the administration, off their own bat, suggested a motion. This year they didn't. 2 elected members did. There's no right or wrong way. There are multiple ways in which motions can be presented. Having the benefit of being supported by the council means that it can, whoever's the city's representative is at ALGA, can move and second that motion on the floor. I've saw it quite frequently, the West Australian contingent supporting Western Australia in Canberra, and this is an issue that the Deputy Lord Mayor, having identified, is one that I'm sure if the City of Perth moves, that our good friends at Melville or Swan or Joondalup or Wanneroo or wherever they are, and if they happen to be represented over East, I'm very sure we'll support and have our backs over East. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for or against the motion? Let's wrap this one up and put it to a vote, ladies and gentlemen.
Just close.
Sorry, Councillor.
Thank you. I'll try to do that quickly.
Gonsalves, please close.
Thank you. So this transition does leave out a major cohort. Fibre to the basement footprint is a real dilemma for our city. Our apartments, as I mentioned, built as recently as 2015 and 2016, contain legacy infrastructure that the NBN has determined is not economically feasible to keep upgrading and keeping as fibre. They've determined that it is more economic to replace those systems with fibre to the premises. The dilemma they face is how they do that. And this is where the advocacy takes apart. Local governments do have a practical role in removing these on-ground barriers and advocating for that. Where upgrades are available, the NBN in its FY26 Annual Service Improvement Plan already confirms that there are limited trials where they will work with strata to provide free upgrades. However, if you're a single resident who wants to transition to fibre, you will face the full cost. Now, this is a strategic advantage for our city to try to advocate for. As Councillor Gobbett mentioned, ALGA sees a plethora of advocacy positions that do take a step forward for local government across Australia. This is one where the City of Perth can be seen as leading our capital cities. I have to say, in Councillor Doshi's world, filled with AI advice, we would never advocate on any basis because we simply don't know anything with certainty. But I do really appreciate the approach from the administration and seeing the opportunity that ALGA can utilise to deliver and create the kind of partnership and stakeholder relationships required between local government, the NBN, and the federal government. I dismiss where if anyone says there's no benefit to the ratepayer, there are clear benefits to the ratepayer. In this approach, the City of Perth could take a lead and an edge where, without this clear upgrade strategy, a number of our urban households risk being left behind the rest of the country as other households, as close as Vincent and others. If you're not living in a multi-dwelling unit, you right now can upgrade to fibre to the premises for free. But if you're living in an apartment or a townhouse with more than 5 units, you're limited. We want our city to transition to world-class fibre connectivity. We want to end the digital divide, and we want to end the kind of lottery that exists that may exist based on dwelling type, because the City of Perth deserves to be at the forefront of the digital revolution. Thank you.
Okay, with that, let's put that motion to the...
Can I close?
That's it, mate. That was closing.
No, but then we can add on, isn't it?
No, it's just been closed. Sorry, councillor. I would like to now put that motion to a vote. All those in favour? And those against? Councillor Doshin, okay, that's fine. So that has been passed. We now move on to item 16.6, which is the 26-27 events plan. Councillor Coe does have a proximity and is requested to...
Sorry, Lord Mayor. Can I please disclose an interest from the floor? I believe I have a proximity interest for our summer series, so I have to leave the chamber.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. No problem at all. Yep. Thank you. Alrighty. Now, if we can please have a mover for this item. Councillor Leeser, seconder please. Councillor Gobbett. Councillor Leeser to speak.
Thank you. The city is filling the calendar, so there's never a dull night in the City of Light. Despite the 910,000 of current unconfirmed and unsecured sponsorship, Perth is always on. This events plan, proves we are more than just a host city. We are a year-round destination with something happening in every street and park. What sets this plan apart is accessibility. Our flagship events stay free and family-friendly, giving everyone a front row seat to the world-class experiences without the price tag. From Christmas Lights Trail to Lightscape, we are building a city which is safe, active and welcoming for every resident and every visitor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gobbett, would you like to speak to the motion?
Reserve my right.
Would anyone else like to speak for or against the motion? No.
Happy to speak.
Okay.
Thanks.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
I fully support this events plan, but I will have to vote against. And the reason why is because at the electors meeting, we did hear from the CEO that when the electors passed a motion around the Birack concert, it passed near unanimously. It was a moment in time when the community asked to be heard, and they expected that motion to be incorporated and considered by council, at least in a process that would have enabled consideration. So I still look forward to that Birack concert motion coming from the electors, which I believe will happen in March. And notwithstanding, I know that we can always add further events and amend our events plan. But the reason for me not being able to support it is because we heard very clearly from the CEO at the electors meeting that every councillor voted unanimously last year, and that was in effect proof that there was no issue with Birack. Now, in good faith, if that's what the characterisation is being put out to electors, I can't vote for this events plan because there are issues. And in all honesty, there are always going to be issues. No events plan is going to be perfect. But I do want to make the point that when council considers decisions, we do so in a fulsome way. We do not do so in a way that is limited or should be reinterpreted after the fact.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for or against the motion? Okay, let's put that to a vote. Those in favour for the 26-27 events plan? And those against? Deputy Lord Mayor, that one has been carried. Thank you. If we could please double check. Yeah, if we can just get our councillors back. Okay, so now where are we?
It's at the 19.1 nom. You've moved that forward.
Okay, now which one's that one?
19.1, page 34 of your run sheet. The new ones.
Lord Mayor? Lord Mayor? Can I just ask, would we be able to consider a standing order under the local law 13.6? Because we are here tomorrow. Pretty full on. Meeting to proceed to the next business day. I'm just going to check.
Let the meeting proceed to the next business.
We're in tomorrow anyway.
No, this is to proceed to the next item of business. I think what she's seeking is a meeting.
Yeah, so so that one there is actually 13.6 is to proceed to the next business, which is Councillor Doshi. The item you brought up, 13.6 is a motion to proceed to the next business, which is effectively the next item of business.
May I ask governance if they can assist with the standing order? Because I do recall Wilger saying sometimes if it's too long, that a consideration can be made to adjourn the meeting and hold it at another time. And we are here tomorrow anyway. It's been 4 hours and 44 minutes now. Well, we've been here in council for 4 hours and 40 minutes. But
3 hours, 44 minutes.
So just, when would you be doing it? What time? I know, but we're not talking about these items tomorrow, but what time tomorrow? Because we'll be here from 4 to 6 tomorrow. Yeah, the issue I do have is I have an event to go to tomorrow night. So I'd prefer we're at item number 17 of 20. I think I know where you're coming. If it was a little bit further than that, then we'd do that. Okay. Alrighty.
Yeah, we're item 19.
Yep. Yeah, effectively. Okay, so now we move to item 19.1, which is a notice of motion for Policy, Legislation and Governance Committee. No disclosures have been received. The Deputy Lord Mayor has submitted a notice of motion regarding the establishment of a Policy, Legislation and Governance Committee. The Deputy Lord Mayor, can you please move your motion?
Thank you. I move to incorporate the amendment.
Okay, we'll just get that up. Do we need a seconder first?
Sorry, through you, Lord Mayor. No, it can be moved with an amendment. But of course, it would rely on a seconder agreeing to that amendment. And I think we need some clarity on dates, meeting dates.
Okay, so I'll get a seconder and then we can get the seconder to approve the amendment. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, sorry. It might help for clarity if the Deputy Lord Mayor clarifies which meeting date he would like in this amendment.
Which would be part of that amendment, yep. But we need to get a seconder first. Can I have a seconder, please? No, Councillor Gobbett. So if you could then please read out your amendment and then including the date clarification, and then if that's acceptable to Councillor Gobbett, your seconder, then we can move on.
Thanks. The amendment lists in the meeting section, a new point there, D. Agendas shall be issued at least 10 calendar days in advance for scheduled meetings or 72 hours for special meetings. And inserts 2 new points. 6, refers the current policy and local law work plan to the Policy, Legislation and Governance Committee for consideration at its first meeting and for recommendations to Council. And new point 7, requests the Chief Executive Officer to prepare a 2026 meeting schedule informed by the City's current policy and local law work plan providing for no fewer than 4 quarterly meetings, and to present that schedule for the committee at its first meeting to be held on Tuesday the 28th of April 2026, as advised and by advice from governance.
Can you just that last date, can you just read that out again, please?
So, and to present the schedule to the committee at its meeting to be held on Tuesday the 28th of April 2026, which was contained in advice given by governance earlier today.
All right. Seconder, are you okay with that amendment?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Just the way that it's displayed on the screens, just the formatting's sort of mushed it around a bit, but...
All right, we'll just have to
I'd
look at
also...
that. All right. While we're fixing the formatting, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sorry, Lord Mayor, when appropriate, I'd also like to add a slight amendment to these amendments, please.
All right. Okay, just give me 1 second. I'll double check the process.
Amendments be incorporated rather than as a separate amendment.
Okay, so
Can I still open?
We might just clarify the amendment and then go back to you if that's okay, just to keep it moving. So if you just want to clarify the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would just like to include an additional point. I believe the administration does have a copy of this, so it'll now be point 8. Commences the Policy, Legislation and Governance Committee once all vacant positions in the government department are filled and team members...
Slow down, just, sorry. Do you have a copy of it?
I have.
Of the amendment, just so we can get the guys to type it up.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm happy with what's on the screen.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, mate, it's just because you can read it when you can't. Nice. Okay, far away.
Did you want me to continue? So, yes, vacant positions in the government department are filled and team members have commenced or by the 28th of the 4th, 2026, whichever occurs first.
Hey, thank you. And give me a second. Do we go back to Okay, so we need a seconder. Councillor Lees has seconded it. So now we vote on the amendment.
Yep, or there's debate, yep. But
All right, so we'll speak for or against that amendment. Anyone like to speak for or against the motion?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yep, sorry. What positions still need to be filled in the governance department?
That's a very good question. I'll put that through to the CEO.
Thank you. As previously advised, there are 5 roles in the CEO Alliance that have governance in their title. If we think very specifically around the governance roles, I couldn't tell you their specific titles, but I think there are 3 roles or 2? 2 roles vacant. I'd have to check with the governance manager. Is there 2 roles or 3 roles in the governance? There are 4 roles in the governance team that either are or will be vacant in a matter of weeks.
And just with that, can I just ask a quick question? Did I hear in dispatches that the 2 people are starting shortly, the senior and someone else? Is that dispatches? No? Okay. No, don't worry about that then. Any other questions for or against?
Lord Mayor?
Yep.
If we could just scroll back up on the screen just quickly. Thank you. I'll be speaking against the additional point 8. It's a moot point to the motion, what the substance of the motion seeks to do is form the committee and set the first date. So by point 8 saying that once all vacant positions are filled, or the date, or whichever comes first, is irrelevant, because once the date approaches, that's when the first committee will be. And I appreciate there was an earlier date that was suggested, and I thank governance for suggesting earlier today a revised date, but that was on the basis that there would be a resource in place. So I think that this is well and truly enough time to arrange for the agendas to be prepared, and unlike the commentary in emails earlier today, this, I believe, is beyond a council round, so will allow sufficient time for papers to be prepared, presented, circulated, read. So I think I understand where Councillor Pakin's coming from with this, but it's unnecessary. It's saying the same thing twice. So I'll vote against this point 8 as an amendment, but I'll speak more to the substance of the nom when if we revert back to the substantive.
Okay, so back to this amendment. Would anyone else like to speak for or against?
Speak against. But I'm conscious that the mover may have not as opened.
No, I think you just speak to it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm conscious of the mover's intentions here, and I appreciate the effect that he's seeking to. He mentioned earlier in tonight a conciliatory approach, and I appreciate that. However, the substance of this amendment does neutralise and neuter what is effectively an important governance function of this council. This is not a governance function that can simply wait, and we simply can't get ourselves in the situation where...
Councillor, just before you get too far, because you will still need to speak to your original motion, you're just speaking to the amendment.
Motion?
The amendment.
To the amendment, thank you. And that's what I'm doing, that if we allow ourselves to move this amendment, or if this amendment gets up, we get to the stage where there may be a catch-22 where what is happening on the operational side does not ever align with what's happening on the governance side. I also have concerns that it blurs the line in terms of governance and what is council's role to determine how it structures itself through its committees, and what is very much so a workforce operational issue that is best managed by the CEO and best left in that lane while council operates within its lane, which is managing the workload of its committees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for making that point. Would anyone else like to speak for or against this motion? No? Okay, so we're going to vote now on the amendment. For those who are for the amendment, so that's Councillor Lisa, Councillor Pakin and Councillor Doshi, and those who are against the amendment. Okay, thank you. So the amendment has failed. We'll go back to the original motion, and then I'll go back to you, Councillor, to speak to the motion.
Thank you. To open, I move this motion to re-establish, because we did have one, a policy committee, and this time a policy, legislation and governance committee, so that we can take council in a positive pathway where council takes the reins of responsibility, and that this council exercises on behalf of residents and ratepayers. Section 2.72B of the Local Government Act is clear. It is our role to determine policies of the local government. This is not optional, it's not advisory, it's a statutory responsibility. The agenda before us makes that explicit. The proposed committee is grounded directly in our legislative function, policy determination and local law oversight, and it's structured to assist council in fulfilling these obligations, and as well as assisting the administration. We've heard in the administration's response that this proposal might dilute oversight, duplicate existing processes and create cost. I have to completely disagree. First, dilution. The current process, as outlined in Attachment A, relies on an officer to do research and make this presentation to council through either directly to an ABS or through a CIBN. This officer-led pipeline with council at the very end does not meet the requirements of oversight. Instead, this committee enhances it. It provides a structured, deliberative forum where elected members can engage earlier, test assumptions, shape policy, and work with the administration so that when things get to the chamber, they do so in a complete and developed form. Secondly, duplication. The proposed committee has no delegated authority. It cannot implement anything without a resolution of council. It assists, and there are no duplication of other statutory roles. The administration continues to research, draft, and ensure compliance, but council continues to determine policy and to assist in its development. The committee simply creates a managed information interface between these two roles and helps the process. We already know that the existing processes of briefing notes is really the lowest common denominator. This isn't setting the high bar, and it's not setting a good standard of governance. Third, cost. Yes, the report estimates $22,000 over 2 financial years, but in the context of a multi-million-dollar organisation with the responsibility and weight of our capital city of our state of Western Australia, this is a modest governance investment that ensures legislative scrutiny, policy coherence, and most importantly, transparency to our community. If stronger policy oversight prevents one flawed policy, one avoidable legal issue, or one poorly scoped reform, it pays for itself. We are also told that many local governments do not have a policy committee, but many do. Good governance is not about copying or simply copying the median. It's about choosing the best model that fits our city, our scale, and most importantly, our complexity as a capital city. I note that City of Cockburn has a governance committee, the City of Melville has a governance committee, the Town of Vic Park has a policy committee, the City of Fremantle has a finance and policy committee, and as the administration did include the City of Wanneroo and the City of Joondalup, I didn't think it was fair to include the City of Nedlands because they themselves have a governance committee, but under the structure of having 3 commissioners and a caretaker, it obviously isn't relevant to the way they're working at the moment. This is not about council duplicating. It's about respecting roles while strengthening collaboration. A policy committee creates the kind of throughput that I saw at the City of Sydney, where elected members work in partnership with the administration. It's a steady, structured pathway for constituent issues, policy reform, and legislative review to move from concept all the way to chamber, and for it to do so in a transparent, public way that we have heard many times, including the Electors Forum, that the community wants. This motion does one thing. It strengthens governance, it strengthens transparency, and it strengthens the role of council delivering for the people of Perth.
Okay, I was just going to wrap you up. Well done. Just on cue. Councillor Gobert, did you want to speak to this item?
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. A couple of questions first. Can the CEO confirm if AI was used in the preparation of the response to this nom?
Okay, I'll just pop that through the CEO.
Not that I'm aware, but I'd have to ask whom. I don't believe so. I'll ask the manager governance if AI was used. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, through you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Second question. Does the CEO include a disclaimer when AI is used to prepare council reports and agendas and notes?
Thank you. Through to the CEO.
I'm not certain that we do use it for. I really would need to ask each of the GMs if in the preparation this is used and some of the officers. May I take that on notice?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Or is there another
No,
Can I
notice is
ask,
fine.
is there a
Yeah.
reason for, I might be able to explain if there was a particular point is there something I could help with? Is
I'd
my
suggest
point.
take it on notice, and I've got another question to ask.
Oh, great.
If I, at a later stage, asked for a copy of any of the reports to be prepared that highlighted how much AI had maybe or potentially been used, would it be easy to do that?
Through the CEO.
I'm not. I don't believe we could generate a report at this stage.
No,
So
sorry if I can clarify. If a report has been prepared for the agenda this evening, are you able to identify the components that have been prepared using AI?
I would need to go to the author and ask them if they were assisted using AI.
Great, thank you. So Lord Mayor, with that, I'll go into my comments. So we'll look straight off the bat. I think one of the first tasks for the policy committee will be to, or I would suggest, would be to develop a council policy on the use of AI in the administration. So thanks, Lord Mayor. When I joined council in 2020, there was a clear need for additional oversight into the review of council policy and local laws, and to drill down into the contemporary effectiveness in the substance of the policies. So while I accept that there hasn't been a recent need for a committee, there is now. 5 years is a good cycle when it comes to major and minor policy reviews, and having had a period of 5 years elapse, I think that time is now appropriate to take a more focused view at a committee level. The reasons provided by the administration I don't support and should be dismissed. So nowhere in the notice of motion is it proposed to dilute or duplicate an elected member's role of oversight. It's just not possible for a council to do that in this motion. The point of a committee is to focus on specific areas of council business and to assist council, not duplicate, but assist. The last ARIC and CEO performance review committees went for as long as they did, as they were required to deal with the business of the day. I imagine that they would have cost a significant amount more if those matters that were dealt with directly to council, with the full complement of staff and elected members and members of the public in attendance. It's a better use of everyone's time to have a specific committee for the purpose of assisting council with policy review, because not everyone is necessarily required, needs to, or wants to be there. So diluting the role of oversight, it's my view, would be an ultra vires act, because every elected member retains their authority in a council setting to exercise oversight. So to suggest that having a committee of council that is not proposed to have delegated authority that could dilute a function of an elected member, I mean, that's just simply not the proposal in the motion. With respect to 2B in the administration's response, oversight is only the remit of council. The effectiveness of oversight is only something for council to determine, not for the administration. So I can't accept the claims by the admin as they're presented in the report. I reject entirely line 6 in the report. If anything, having a committee open to the public is more transparent, with what I would suggest is a minimum of 4 committee meetings a year, and for the terms of reference to include the 10-day notice period as the ARIC has operated under. I mean, that couldn't possibly reduce the timeframes to review. It gives elected members another week. So on points 11 to 3 in the officer's response, from speaking to councillors across local government industry, what the recent reforms to this industry actually created was a push to have forums like confidential workshops where policies were debated behind closed doors confidentially. Staff are still required to prepare agendas, attend, provide advice, take notes, etc. So costs are either going to be there and be borne from a specific workshop or a committee. That this council is taking the initiative to have discussions in an open forum rather than a confidential meeting is actually a move that supports transparency, where compared to how costs could be spent in a behind closed doors way. So, Lord Mayor, I think I've made my case, and in closing, having a policy committee frees up council's time by scrutinising matters in detail before they get to council without taking away council's authority, and I commend the motion to council.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for or against?
Can I ask a question?
You sure can.
Sorry, mate. So I think Councillor Gobbett's point is actually made very clear. I don't think he was saying, just to clarify, I don't think he was saying administration was using AI to write this, but basically his point is saying that there is no process for us to prove or disprove that, and this is where a policy committee can come in. My question is, I've just seen the name of the members. How does, this may be something Councillor Gonsalves can answer, how does one get onto this committee if I want to sort of say, put my hand up for something?
Through to the Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, I'd welcome an amendment from the floor for anyone to be able to join this committee. I purposefully structured the notice of motion to ensure that there's a minimum of 4 elected members, and that, of course, any elected member can attend a committee of council at any time and can contribute.
So would you like to go on that committee, Councillor?
So I'll just like to put an amendment and put myself as a member.
Okay, can I have a seconder for that, please? Happy to second. Are you happy to second it? So that amendment has
Lord
been...
Mayor, if I can ask a question.
Yeah.
Would it be beneficial to seek if there are any and all elected members, and perhaps the mover and the seconder might be able to consent to including them and make that easier?
Did you put an email out asking people if they want to go on beforehand?
I did.
Thought you should. Okay, cool. So did anyone else want to go on that committee?
I was just going to say I'm happy for Councillor Coe to take my position as the...
No, you can't because I'm going. You're right. I'm joking.
Yeah, I was happy for Councillor Coe to take my position on the committee as a deputy member, if you would like.
Yeah, you happy to do that? Can I get a seconder for that amended amendment? Am I doing that right? Okay. So do we need to vote on the amended amendment?
Yeah. 2 seconds. Sorry, we can only vote on one.
Fine. Yeah.
So, yeah. So,
Can I incorporate it with the approval of the seconder?
Yep. Okay, so we'll go back to the first amendment, which is putting Councillor Coe on the committee.
Why don't we just make it easier and just replace Councillor
Patton? It does sound easier, and we're okay to do it that way?
Yeah, wasn't Councillor Patton a deputy member though?
Yeah, so he will remain... Okay, so in that case, you're a deputy member, so you'll stay as a deputy member. Councillor Coe wants to go on the committee.
Okay, no worries.
All right, so and you've got a seconder for that. Do we need to vote on it? Okay, for those that are happy for Councillor Coe, so Councillor Pagan, sorry.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, just have a question. Point number 4. So, Lord Mayor Bruce Reynolds, DLM, Gobbett and Ma, are they all being nominated as presiding members? And do they alternate?
No, they're members.
Okay.
Of the committee.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so now Councillor Coe is on that member list as well. That's fine. Let's put that to a vote. Those in favour of Councillor Coe going on that. So that is passed. Those against Councillor Doshi and Councillor Leeser. Okie doke. Righto.
Confirm that we're still working off the original.
Yes.
Yep.
We're off the original, but with Councillor Coe now included. That includes a new date?
The screen does, but there's we're having some technical issues. It
Yep.
looks like with the tables,
Yeah.
but I think if we have a mutual understanding that is
that what we've done is we've added Victor Coe as a full member.
Yep.
And the previous read out amendments as I read out, which I can repeat if that helps.
With the new date of April.
With the new date of April, which
The
we
new
can't see on
date
the
of
screen
28th,
because it's
yep, and
playing
a
up.
section there in meetings where it says agenda shall be issued 10 days prior, and as well as points 6 and 7, which.
Yep. And if you could just, you've got a tabled version of that.
Yeah. I'm just, and of course we're live streaming, so we can always come back and refer to what's happened. But yeah, Councillor Coe will be added as a member.
All right, cool. So now we can go to more discussion for or against, which is the original motion with the amendment approved and inserted. Councillor Leeser.
I have some questions, Lord Mayor. So with this new committee, And is it going to be on YouTube? Are you having the meeting in this chamber? That's my first question.
Thank you. I'll put that question through to the CEO.
Who will ask the manager governance? Thank you.
Through you, Lord Mayor, committee meetings are not required at the moment under the Act to be live streamed and recorded. However, Council, if they would like to, can add that into their terms of reference to record and live stream, which would mean that those meetings would reasonably be held in the Council chambers.
One quick question before you jump in there. Just so, these aren't decisions, are they? These are committee members going through policy. The policy then comes back to governance to work through. And then from there, it goes to council for decision. That's when the decision's made. Is that correct?
Sorry, through you, Lord Mayor. My understanding of that, though, however, it's not so much that we would come back and work on it after the committee, because they would have already made a recommendation to council. So it would have to go through council, from the committee to council, before we could actually have a decision that says we need to go back and work on something. That's my understanding of it.
Is that correct, Deputy Lord Mayor?
Yeah, in the terms of reference, it's quite clear that the committee is one step before the council considers the motion. So just in the same way that our other committees make recommendations to council, this is a committee where policy, legislation and governance matters will receive recommendations from the administration, consider those recommendations, make a recommendation to council based on the feedback of the elected members, including all of the elected members that wish to participate.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Liza.
And my other question is, we have 6 policies on the agenda tonight, which with the reordering of the flow of the agenda we haven't got to yet, but we've already reviewed them. We've had them reviewed since the 15th of January. And so we were told last week, I think, that there were 19 policies for review this year. So if you take 6 from 19, that leaves us 13. And we're also told that those 13 cannot be dealt with until August at the earliest. So my question is, what is the committee going to do in the meantime if they have a meeting on the 28th of April when there's 13 policies that can't be actually looked at until August?
Okay, thank you for the question. Am I putting that through to the CEO?
Thank you. If I could maybe give some context with relation to the policies that are being looked at tonight, and maybe also just to clarify, the city does actually have an AI policy, but it's an operational policy. So I suppose it could be, based on the earlier conversation, that the policy committee might look at an AI policy for council. I'm not certain, but just to make it clear that the city does actually have a AI policy operational as it is. But in relation to some of these policies that are being considered tonight, which are quite critical to go through because they relate to some ARIC, Audit Risk and Improvement Committee matters, particularly relating to an OAG purchase card recommendations. So we have made amendments to the allowances, fees and entitlements policy. So that is really quite critical. We action that outstanding Auditor General recommendation. The travel and accommodation policy, which is also one of the 6 under review, is really looking at equitable treatment around how people are determined to travel and the like. So it's really just tightening that up. Professional development has had very non-material changes, and attendance at event is really just seeking an equitable approach to that as well. So these policies that are being considered tonight, outside of what is intended this committee will be looking at into the future, I just needed to highlight how important they are, more particularly the Code of Conduct also, which is being looked at tonight. Very critical. There were local government amendments came in on the 1st of January. So again, very important as it relates to complaints. And we noticed and we're advised tonight that since the 1st of January, there have been 7 complaints against elected members. So we really need, from a city perspective, that clarity. Elected members have had the opportunity to review all of these policies since the 15th and 16th of January. So we are very keen to see us really facilitate these 6 policies and the Code of Conduct. But to get to your point, I suppose the matters then, one might be an AI policy for council. There may well be other policies that the council would like to establish. They might like to bring forward some of the outstanding policies. Councillor, you mentioned 13. They're not due until August. There might be an appetite to bring them forward, but possibly that might be something that you ask the Deputy Lord Mayor if there was anything in particular. I'm not certain, but I'm sure we could work towards reviewing our policies in advance.
I would actually like to add a bereavement policy because I'm buying people flowers left, right and centre. We need to polish from the city when people pass away.
Lord Mayor, can we just ask for the air conditioning to be turned back on, please?
Yes, thank you. We're on to that one.
Okay, can I speak to the motion now?
Yes, you certainly can.
So I'm speaking against this motion. While the intent may be governance, the reality is bureaucratic double handling ratepayers simply cannot afford. This proposed committee is a toothless tiger. The terms of reference explicitly state there's no delegated authority, no authority to approve. It cannot act, it can only recommend. By creating this body, we are signing up for a forum to debate items that must be debated all over again at the next ordinary council meeting. This is not a streamlined process, it's governance by duplication. In the agenda tonight, we have, as we just spoke about, 6 policies. I've already reviewed them, I've given my comments. I don't want to have to do that multiple times. But more than that, we must look at the fiscal cliff we're building, motion by motion. I spoke about it earlier. The administration does not support this motion, and for good reason. It carries a $22,000 annual price tag just for the admin support. And as the CEO advised us, the governance department is only staffed with 2 out of 4 positions filled. Under the Local Government Act, Council's role is to ensure the efficient use of city resources. This motion fails that test. It diverts staff, it drains the budget, and it complicates our workflow. Every small expense adds up to a massive burden. I will always put the ratepayers first and say no to unnecessary spending, and I urge my fellow councillors to do the same and vote against this motion.
Okay, Councillor Paikin, did you put your hand up?
I think in the interests of moving this along, I'll nothing further from me.
Councillor Doshi.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I also don't support this motion. I'm concerned about the risk of agenda control and narrative shaping. You can already see that there are a small select number of elected members that set the work plan, shape policy framing, influence recommendations before broader council decisions, and I feel that that creates real risk. Policy is shaped to suit a narrative of that but a few, and other elected members are presented with a near final position. By contrast, at the moment with the administration, we all receive the information, we all have fair and equal time to discuss it. It's transparent, it's equitable, and that has worked. We've not had issues. The other thing I'd like to mention is the psychosocial risk and factionalism that was mentioned in the report, and I'm sure it will come up in the next item. But the psychosocial report clearly identified in this council, as it currently stands, we have factionalism. It was noted. It was an unsafe experience for staff and selected elected members. It increased stress caused by internal council dynamics. Introducing more committees, I think, may increase pressure on staff, require them to navigate factional interests potentially, expose them to repeat rework and tension. And this motion adds that risk rather than reducing it at this moment in time, not saying that it couldn't be something to be considered at a later date. So in closing, I feel that the increased cost, the duplicate of work, the massive psychosocial risk to staff and selected elected members reduces any transparency and any influence that this policy committee is set out to do, and the fact that it doesn't have any real delegation and it is just another committee, I don't think it's serving its purpose. Things work right now. I mean, maybe I could ask the CEO, have you had any issues over the last 5 years with the way that you distribute the policy to us beforehand to have a look at for us to amend in the time, etc.? Has it been an issue? Has it been raised?
Through to the CEO.
Thank you for the question. Thank you, Lord Mayor. No one has raised any issues with me. We did have as has been previously discussed, we did have a policy committee. We reviewed all of the then policies and have been, I think, quite efficient in ensuring we have a full policy suite. So from that perspective, no one has raised any issues with me prior to this notice of motion.
Would anyone else like to speak for or against? No? Okay, look, I'll speak for it. I think a policy committee provides oversight. It provides an opportunity for policy to be brought to council that has been considered. It's an opportunity for administration to bring policy to the committee for the committee to effectively work through with administration and then share that information with other members. I refute some of the information that was just mentioned there around factionalism and some of the other things. I mean, if we've seen tonight in open air, people voting according to will, and not everyone's voted the same. If anything, the factionism, well, I won't go into detail, but I just think that generally speaking, that's not a fair statement. People vote on what's put before them, and the same would work with a policy committee. It would be brought to elected members to consider. So anyway, that's my thoughts. I think we've all spoken enough on it. If you can be brief, please, in your final close.
Thanks. I'll finish up by saying this is not about creating another meeting. It's about strengthening the way we discharge our duty. This gives us structure. To Councillor Leeser, I would say I would hazard to not preempt council decisions regarding upcoming policy, and notwithstanding that there are very clear terms of reference in this notice of motion around the work of this committee. This committee is there to do work on behalf of the residents and ratepayers of this city. For Councillor Doshi raising issues of narrative setting, I too agree and worry about that, but I worry about that when things are left in the shadows. This is about putting everything out in the open. Having a committee is about transparency. It provides a forum for everyone to participate in an equal basis, not simply just to be receiving paper briefing notes and sending private emails that the rest of council doesn't see. This is a way to encourage collaboration. This is a way for council to work cooperatively. The CEO stated that no one had raised issues with me. I have to disagree because I have raised issues continuously since I was first elected. The very first time, I believe, was November 2023, and again in the March 2024 meeting, and a number of times since then. I have pointed out that there has been inconsistency with the way policy is treated. Sometimes it goes through a CIBN, sometimes it comes to an ABS agenda straight off, sometimes it goes to an EMES. I've had responses from government saying, well, if you want it going to an EMES, you have to suggest it, even though it might be a very important policy that everyone assumes would be going to EMES. This committee is supposed to standardise, it's supposed to provide transparency, and most importantly, it's to provide equity to everyone on council to have a collaborative role. And most of all, this is for us to ensure that our processes, at a time when the community and even the government themselves
Wrap it up, Councillor.
are looking for proactive processes that help council deliver for the people of Perth.
Okay, thank you. Let's put that motion to the vote, please. Those who are in favour for a policy committee, who are for, and those who are against. Okay, thank you. That has been passed.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, to interrupt. Can I request a second thought into an adjournment, given the fact that we're now at 4.5 hours, 5.5 in meetings? I'm concerned about the mental capacity of elected members, given the fact that the psychosocial report is a large item to be debated and
Are you
discussed.
saying adjournment to when?
I'm open to flexible, even next Tuesday night. I just think after this many hours to then go into something that's quite serious and needs full focus, I don't think is in the best interest of council if we proceed.
I would support that. Whether, we heard from Councillor Doshi about 6 p.m. tomorrow, following our briefing.
Just let me check for next Tuesday, that's all. That's because I've got a feeling I'm not here.
I mean, you could choose any day.
I won't be here next week.
I'll be in Canberra. And Monday's a public holiday. What are we looking at?
It's ridiculous. It's too late.
My calendar at the moment is just so backed up. It is literally, it's all purple. And I apologise for that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't getting on, I'd push through. But I'm in a stage where I'm I'm struggling to kind of concentrate, and I'm not sure how other. Look, I'm happy to put it to a vote if other elected members want to push on, but I just do worry about the mental capacity and with such long meetings.
Could we get clarity over whether 6 p.m. or even earlier in the day might work?
So tomorrow, what are we doing tomorrow when we're coming in the budget workshop? So that's 4 to 6. How long will that go for?
Push it to the next OCM?
No, I've got quite a bit on it to talk about that, unfortunately.
Could we defer to the next OCM? I mean, this is still going to be at least an hour of discussion. Yeah, I'd be happy to defer if council.
The next OCM? Okay, all right. Well, do we want to put that to a vote?
Does the admin have an opportunity to?
Yeah, sorry. CEO, I'll pass through to the CEO for some advice, sorry.
Thank you.
The deferral motion, can I just get clarity whether that needs to be put straight to the vote?
No, we need to work out some dates before we do. So, okay, CEO.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate the time in the evening, and I acknowledge that people are possibly feeling slightly fatigued. My only concern is to put this particular critically important piece of information and discussion another month away, I think is really quite concerning. I think the original report talks about really needing to take immediate action within 4 weeks of the report. We are now sitting at, coming up to 2 months. So I feel from an organisational perspective and as the CEO responsible for health and safety of the staff, I have a strong obligation to ensure that I'm doing everything to protect my staff. And so to defer this conversation would be, I think, put my staff at risk. And I think it would be quite unadvisable. I think also, as we've tried to in the past, try to find different times, it's almost impossible outside. The recommendations are to actually take the report and discuss it at an EMES. So it doesn't necessarily have to take a very long time if we just go to the recommendations. I think you'll find they're not overly complicated. I'll just go and have a look.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, I'm very uncomfortable being told by a staff member, our CEO, that proper good governance needs to be wrapped up quickly.
Yeah, I also have a concern with that.
And that is not what we're here for. We are here to have the full mental capacity, the full legal capacity to consider decisions. And there were a number of times suggested that I still haven't heard whether that's possible or not possible.
Okay, so what we'll do then is I hear what you're saying, but also hear what the CEO is saying. So we can't defer it till the next OCM, so that's definitely off the cards, all right? So that can't happen. Friday, we do have the library anniversary, which is at 5:30, so many of us will be in then. It's probably, I'd say we've got I'm hoping we've only got another hour to go, depending on how how much people want to talk on each item.
Just declare that I'm flying out tomorrow at 10 p.m.
When do you come back?
Return until the 9th of March.
Oh, that's probably unavoidable then.
That's the reason why I suggested tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow.
Lord Mayor, can we take a 5-minute adjournment to have a bit more of a discussion? Might be more easier to do that.
All right, let's do that. Can we just adjourn for 5 minutes so we don't do this out in the open, and then we can, everyone can bring their phones in and we can
I think though, given that it involves
Okay, welcome back. We've had a good discussion at the council level, and we've decided, based on the fact that there are some items to go, and whilst we probably anticipate they'll take about 1 to 2 hours, they're of sensitive nature that all councillors will need to have a clear head. So we do have a meeting tomorrow, which we're all in for 4 o'clock. We will move this into that meeting, the end of this ordinary council meeting tomorrow afternoon. So with that, I'll...
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Yes.
Could I just formally move under Standing Order 13.2 that the meeting now adjourn, and under Part 1 of that Standing Order that time and place be specified as 4 p.m. on the 25th of February 2026. Here
Very well played. Can I have someone... Do we need to get that moved? So you've moved it. I'll second it. Can we vote on that, please? Those in favour? Alrighty. And those against? Councillor Packham, we understand that. Okay. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 9:27. I adjourn the meeting.
Could you all please rise for the Lord Mayor of the City of Perth, Mr. Bruce Reynolds.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.